there's a good argument to be made that the upper class of Egypt, the upper caste, were actually perhaps Aryan.
Yeah, so, I agree with that.
But even so, so what? Why do I have to be part of that racial haplogroup in order to be the maybe the gods have donned me the new initiator of the new pharaonic religion?
Well, okay, so this gets into the debate of folkism versus universalism and perennialism, and that divinity, in our school of thought, divinity is expressed differently among different peoples, and because different people are
laying the pipe to my harem of hotties, I'm giving the best possible. Saying that, to me, that's where it kind of breaks down. That's my argument.
Now, I will completely admit to you, and I'm going to be completely honest, and I know you're going to jump on me on this, but you know, it's fact that a lot of our history, our artifacts, a lot of our literature, and a lot of our stuff is lost in time, and we have to do a lot of stuff to put it back together. And we still have some work to do to put our faith back together, and that's why we were called. I reject neo-pagan, the word neo-pagan. We are a reconstructionist religion. We are reconstructing. And you're automatically, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, well, if it's not all together and you don't have all the pieces, why would you follow it? Well, because the gods are real, because divinity is real, because this is the way that divinity speaks with me. And every man needs to understand divinity, and we need to get away from materialism. And this is my path out of materialism. And this is the path for many people out of materialism. And it's objective that the fruits of what we're doing and what we're enacting are good. We're getting people stop, when you, in Asa True community, people stop watching porn, they get married, they have kids, they give up drugs, they get good jobs. We build communities, we give positive things to people's lives. And so, to say that, we are a reconstructive movement, and I'm not going to, I can't debate that position because it's true. And I will 100% admit that. But the fact that it is, doesn't take away from the objectively good and objectively true things that we're doing in society and beating back the clown world degeneracy that all of us here, you, me, everybody listening, we all hate this postmodernist clown world garbage. We all see that it's trash. This is our formula. This is my formula. And this is what has resonated with me and what has been the best path for me and for many, many, many thousand millions of us. So that's what I got to say about that there.
So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say that, let's say I have a dream, and I'm being serious here. I'm not trying to be a clown. What if I had a dream and I felt like it was my duty to restore the true teachings of pharaonic Egypt? And so what I do is I go and I kind of construct from the Memphite creation document and the Hermetica and these different ancient texts that we believe come from Egypt, and I put forth a kind of a skeletal approach, and then I build a pyramid out in my backyard, and I get it going, and I say that the true pharaonic religion requires. I have discovered this through my own research, and I've actually found some scholars that will back me up on this. We've discovered that everybody who follows my cult, that they need to offer their the hottest daughters all need to be given to me. And that's divine pharaonic revelation. I am like Muad'Dib. I am the God Emperor. So how would you say that any of this is wrong? How would you say that any of that's incorrect, or on what basis? Because I'm going to say, yeah, but bro, it's objectively true that I am helping out these hotties, because when I'm laying the pipe to my harem of hotties, I'm giving the best possible world for all human beings by more and more offspring coming from JD.
Well, what is the fruit of this guy? Like you, what are you proving? How are you proving?
The pharaonic religion that I've constructed, those are good fruits, bro.
But that's not fruits. That's just claims. Like, you got to produce something to show that you have divine inspiration.
I really do this, and I really do have a harem and a whole bunch of supermodel babes, and I act like I'm a god emperor. Like, how is that not the fruits consistent with my revelation in my religion?
Well, how would it, if a guy came out like that said he is the next Messiah, and how would you take him? And he could prove it.
Well, I would argue with him the same way I'm arguing with you, is that these constructs kind of break down, because you ultimately have to, and when you're going to compare these kinds of systems, you have to go back to things like logic. You have to go back to things like universal claims and principles. And that's going to involve pulling out things like logical fallacies, which I guess you said doesn't really matter.
Well, I actually agree with you 100%. It's 2019. We're in current year. So it's going to be kind of hard for a guy to prove to me that he is, the son of Odin, and he's here to establish galactic pagan supremacy, and he's got a whole harem full of,
Okay, but let's say you're not. Let's say that I do this over on my own libertarian island somewhere, and I'm not even messing with your people. What I'm saying is there any basis that you have to say what I'm doing is wrong?
I mean, sure. If you're going against the principles of frith and oath set forth within the Havamal and within the Eddas, then you're not doing a good job.
I'm constructing the true pharaonic religion.
Yeah, well, no, okay. So, number one, if you're constructing the Egyptian religion, I would question you, right away because you're not Egyptian. You're a white guy, obviously. So
yeah, but there's a good argument to be made that the upper class of Egypt, the upper caste, were actually perhaps Aryan.
Yeah, so, I actually agree with that.
But even so, so what? Why do I have to be part of that racial haplogroup in order to be maybe the gods have donned me the new initiator of the new pharaonic religion?
Well, okay, so this gets into the debate of folkism versus universalism and perennialism, and that divinity, in our school of thought, divinity is expressed differently among different peoples. And because different people are, as we know in these, in these circles out here on the internet, different people are biologically different. They think differently. They have different attributes. They have evolved in different places. We're just obviously different. It's not one race, the human race. So obviously when something comes down, when they're divinely inspired, they will express divinity in different ways. And that is why it's different. We don't, so I could look at.
So there's nothing wrong with my Muad'Dib God Emperor cult. I'm the Kwisatz Haderach. I got a harem. Nothing wrong with that.
Well, there is something wrong with that because you're just coming out with it. There's no basis in ancestry that shows that it's a tradition.
Yeah, but you just said that you had spiritual experiences that led you to your religion. So I'm saying the same thing. I had a spiritual experience. It happened in a dream. I was told that I need to set up the pyramid in my backyard. On what basis is that going to be degenerate?
Yeah, well, number one, it's not like. Okay, so here's the fundamental misunderstanding about heathenry, is that people that look through a universalist lens still keep looking through a universalist lens. It's not a universal religion that you could just pick up. It's not something that you could just practice. It's not Buddhism. It's not Christianity. It's not something it is an ancestral tradition. It is a
okay, but that's the problem. But ancestral traditions are particular, right? There's specific areas or locales within history, geographical places, and so forth. But earlier in the debate, you were making a point to try to say that the point of Odin is that he is a connection to or a manifestation of universal logical laws and principles of mathematics. That's why those two things don't make sense.
I'll make it make sense right now. Odin is the Germanic deity that has come to explain to us of Germanic descent how divinity works. He speaks our language. He looks like us. He is part of us. He's the guy that came to teach us how divinity works. That's what that is.
But how does he look like you if he's the ultimate perennial God nature that's beyond all things?
What do you mean? Look at the depictions of him. When he reveals himself to people, that's how he manifests. That's how people understand him. That's how people have seen him. That's how people depict him. That's how he's expressed in our folklore.
He's universal, but he appears to specific cultures.
Odin is not universal. Odin is not universal. Divinity is universal.
Okay, so is it the same principle that's revealing truths to all these different religions over time and space? That maybe it's not Odin, but it's like an avatar of this same divine principle?
Yeah, so like an equivalent of Odin.
Perennialism?
What's that?
It's perennialism, basically?
Essentially, it is it's very similar to perennialism.
Okay, so the problem with perennialism is that you can't clearly say what is degeneracy and what's not. Is a giant orgy of butt sex, is that degenerate, or is that just part of the rite?
Absolutely degenerate. It's degenerate.
Why? On what basis?
Well, because it's a dishonorable act. It's a disgraceful act. It's an act of the flesh.
That's a reification.
Okay, so
you're saying it's bad because it's bad.
No, okay. So within also true, we understand that in order to achieve a higher level, in order to like what you should strive for in your life is you should find a balance between all of the natures of being, all of your levels of existence, which, I'm sure, I know you're a Plato guy. Plato talked about the tripartite soul. Many other people, philosophers, talked about the tripartite soul. Everybody understands tripartite soul. It appears in all European spiritual philosophies. Same thing. In order for you to ascend to a level of awakening and to a level of, spiritual oneness, you must balance mind, body, and spirit. In order to balance them, you must master them. And to be kind of a slave to just carnal thirsts is the opposite of that. It's anus worship. It's worship of the material, and that is degenerate.
Okay, but Plato also thought playing around with little boys was good.
It doesn't mean everything he said was good,
Okay, so we're back at the pick and choose cafeteria approach.
You're picking and choosing too. You like Plato. Don't tell me you don't like Plato, and then
you must not be familiar with what I talk about, because I critique Plato more than I praise Plato. I talk about when I think he says things correct, but
so you're picking and choosing too.
Most of my talks are critiques.
But you are picking and choosing. You say that he does say some good stuff.
Yeah, I have a basis for and believe in universal logical principles that directly relate to the mind of a personal God. And you're telling me that it's both subjective and irrational and coherent and rational at the same time. That's the problem. There's a dialectic between a universal rationality that you want to have to make truth claims and to say something is objectively wrong in XYZ cases. And then at the other hand, you're saying, well, I can't really say, because in our religion, it's based on my people group, this revelation to Germanic peoples. That's not universal. So the problem is that there's an attempt to have both things at the same time, and it's based on, again, a kind of a dialectic. And I think that, again, this goes back to the Trinity. This is one of the reasons why the Trinity resolves this problem of one and many, is because we don't believe that there's an ultimacy to either unity or to particularity in the many that's out there. We believe that God is both one and many, but ultimately there's one personal God. So that's the reason and basis for how we can have a logical approach to adjudicating between true claims, false claims, true religions, false religions, is that it's not subjective, it's objective. And it's not just saying it's objective, there's actually a logical basis for how there are objective truth claims.
Now, this goes back to why I think a lot of it's semantic, because like when I hear you talk about, well, it's the separation between one and many, we just have the one and then there's the many, but then you also pay homage to the many, but then it's not homage, it's not worship, it's homage, it's different. It's just a bunch of these semantic arguments. I feel like we're both wearing like green shirts, except you're telling me your shirt's not green. It's
not semantics, because even you yourself have already said that presumably the terminology that you would differ in when you read the Vedas and you find things that you don't agree with, that's on the basis of the terminology and the words that are there. So all differences are semantic. That has nothing to do with but semantics matter because words match up to reality.
Well, what you're saying is that there's a universal mathematic understanding of things that create an objective metric to measure things, right?
Sure.
That's what I'm doing. I'm saying that, in this, these guys came up with 2 + 2 = 4. These guys came up with 2 + 2 = 4. My stuff says 2 + 2 = 4. Therefore, 2 + 2 must equal 4. That's what I'm coming up with. That is the metric.
Except that that's not what you were saying in the first half of the discussion.
That is what I was saying.
No, because mathematics is directly related to logic. Logical laws can be formulated most of the time, many times, in mathematical forms and principles. So that means that you can't, for example, deny fallacies, because the logical fallacy is nothing more than a specific example of something that is a formal logical principle. And those logical principles are essentially the same as mathematical laws. Like if you talk about a universal or universal negative, a universal claim, those are very similar to things in math claims and math sets. So to on the one hand say that, and then say that for example, the informal fallacies don't matter, shows that that's not really in your mind when you approach your perspective or your worldview. So again, what I hear is an attempt to want to be objective and to have objective principles, but at the same time to want to have a complete subjectivity and irrationality that allows for you to pick and choose in a kind of cafeteria approach which things are true and which things are false. And again, there's not, if you don't have, do you have access to the ultimate divinity that's beyond Odin as present as the skeletal outline of all religions?
I mean, we see it every day. It's everything is an expression of the divinity.
So it's monistic.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay, so if monism is true, this breaks down at a really fundamental philosophical level. If monism is true, then ultimately everything is at root one, right?
Everything. Okay, so it's not everything is the root one. Everything.
No, it's at root one.
Okay, well, so what monism? What you're talking about is that everything is part of the great oneness. Everything is involved in the great oneness. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm saying is everything is an expression of the great oneness, including the gods, including, which are different for each people. And, that's what I'm getting at here. Now, before we go on, you said that, the metric that I'm using to describe logic along with my line of thinking doesn't coincide with what I was originally talking about. I want to know exactly what you're talking about that, didn't coincide.
Because you said that the appeal to consensus is not a fallacy, and it is. Therefore, everybody who would do logic and basic logic would know that an appeal to consensus is an informal fallacy, but informal fallacies are nothing more than examples or instantiations of universal principles that are formal fallacies.
Yeah, it's just when I'm discussing stuff with people, and it just a lot of times I'm sure you've ran into this, people that are masters of sophistry. It's the logical fallacy thing is a very easy escape for them to get out of.
Yeah, but there's not going to be any debate that an appeal to consensus is a fallacy.
But why is it that science relies so heavily on appeal to consensus?
Because science deals with the domain of empirical research and data. It's not dealing with the domain of rational justification, conceptual justification, epistemic justification.
So shouldn't spirituality be based on research and data as well?
There's an aspect to religion which is experiential and existential, but there's also an aspect which is a priori and conceptual or even mathematical.
But we should absolutely still be logical, reasonable human beings.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just don't understand the disconnect here.
Because I'm making a presuppositional critique of your approach, your worldview. Again, the metaphysics, the ethics, the epistemic claims, they don't cohere.
But I'm saying that they do, and it's just we're using kind of.
I know you're saying that, but that doesn't make it so. And I've already kind of been illustrating through going through each of these points how it doesn't cohere. Well, because there's a bunch of conflicting claims.
It's like you're saying this is true over here, this is not true over here, and you're just kind of like mixing it up so it just all sounds jumbled. But the fact is that I'm saying that you asked me why is it that, or you asked me what is the metric, what is the objective metric to prove the stuff that I'm talking about? Well, I said, and then you said, well, in spirituality we should absolutely use logic and reason. We should be scientifically minded because we are modern people.
It has a place, yes.
Yeah, it absolutely should have a place. Science should always have a place. Good science, right. Not pseudoscience crap. But then I give the example of a very scientific approach of putting this thing together and proving my metric, and then you say it doesn't make sense.
No, because again, there's a distinction between what the domain of science and empiricism investigates and the question that I'm asking is a higher level question, which is how do you justify claims? And this is pretty normative in philosophical discourse. I'm not trying to be a douchebag. I'm not trying to be sophist. It's just like if you listen to the debate that I had with JF, for example, we talked about justifying claims or how do we make sense of things like logic in the world. So it's kind of a metalogical question, basically, which is I mean, this comes up in perennialism. This comes up in the history of Greek philosophy. This is not out there. Like I didn't make this up. This is just, if you take a philosophy class in the history of Western philosophy, you're going to deal with the justification of claims, the justification of epistemology. How do we know? How do we know the difference between believing something and knowing something? These kinds of questions.
Yeah.
So what I asked you was a very pointed thing about how do you know that this religious system is true and you appeal to a consensus, and I'm saying that is a fallacy. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it's not just the consensus. You asked me about a metric, a scientific metric in which I could prove it, and I looked to the first thing that I know about science, and that is appeal to consensus. So I gave that as one example of truth. Another example of truth that I gave was the fruits that it bears, how these things that come out from this faith are objectively true, and how these things that come out from this faith are objectively good. I can't imagine in a million years you would argue that having children and living a traditional life and getting back to the simples and rejecting degeneracy is bad. I can't ever see you say
but again, you're missing the point. The question is about knowing and justifying beliefs and claims. How do you know what's degeneracy and what's not degeneracy? That's kind of the question I've been asking from the get-go. And you said that, well, it's just objectively good to have kids. That's called a circular argument. That's restating the thing that you think is good. And I'm saying, how do you know how to adjudicate between the two? That's why I gave the analogy of the guy who starts his pyramid cult. You might not agree with where I get my vindication from my dream of the gods talking to me and saying I'm the new pharaoh, but who are you to say that that's not true? I mean, who are you to say, because you grounded your positions on kind of like the spiritual experiences that you had. Like, how do you say that my spiritual experiences are are not as valid as yours?
Okay, well, when we got started, when I was talking about my spiritual experiences, that was to explain how I got here. That wasn't, this later stuff that we're talking about is as my spirituality, my understanding of the philosophy developed and became more refined. That's how now I look through different lenses. Let me
ask you this question. So do you understand the idea that morals or propositions are theory laden? In other words, if in my belief system, I believe that, and I'm acting on I don't even have to believe it or not. If I'm acting on the principle that I'm saying that the gods told me that I should start the pharaoh cult, then what's good in my belief system, in my worldview, is going to be determined by my assumptions within my paradigm, so if I believe and if I think that I'm the god emperor, then it is a good thing for me to have a harem and to I don't know, have all the brides of my subjects, if I so desire. Like, that's what I determine as a good thing. And I'm saying, on what basis is that not a good? Because the goods in this perennial system or any perennial system are subjective.
But they're not subjective, because I know we're going to go back to the fallacy of consensus or whatever, but it's parallel with what other people are objectively saying. Two, the fruits of what happens when you have
no. You can't. I can't let that go. You understand that that's not a justification of a claim.
But it's one piece of a justification. You can have multiple angles that come together into one full thing.
Can a lot of people be wrong about something?
Give me 1 second here. And this is what we're running into here. I'm trying to give you like a multifaceted justification, and you're kind of like stopping me on this and stopping me and like picking apart these little things.
Fallacy, then it doesn't work as a justification.
But it can when it's mixed together. Yeah, of course it can. Of course it can.
No, it can't.
Okay, then get rid of that.
Fallacies can justify a proposition or belief system.
Okay, so here's another justification. It says that these behaviors are how we're supposed to act, clear as day in the Eddas, and that was written by divinely inspired men. That is the word of God.
Okay. On what basis do we know that that's the word of God when you were also appealing to like ancient texts like the Vedas to say that it's the same idea there that's in the Vedas?
I'm just confirming that it's saying other things for other people, that the mathematics and the metrics are true.
How do you know that confirms that, though? How do you know which things are the right things to pick out when it's literal and when it's not? Because you said a minute ago, don't get caught up in the details. Well, maybe the detail of a situation or a story about vendetta is a detail I need to pay attention to.
Well, how do you know that? What is your process for justification then?
Well, we have a process within the church, which is where you actually go into the catechesis, the whole mindset of the church spread throughout the world, because there is an objective revelation given in Scripture.
So consensus.
No, it's a mystical experience. It's an initiatory experience.
So how do you know that your experience is better than mine then?
Because it is coherent.
How is it coherent?
Because I can give a justification, a basis for all these things that I'm talking about, how there are these categories, how there are these principles that reflect in the mind of a single personal God. And I don't think you can give me a basis for it.
It kind of sounds like you're just creating this like logical, this giant straw man logical trap, so you could like pick everything apart, put it together, and knock it down, when you're really just kind of describing the same exact thing. But no. What you're saying
is philosophy, bro.
It's called sophistry. Is what it's called. It's called you're pointing out things.
I don't
that
think you know what sophistry is.
I think
that any time you see a fallacy or get called out, you think that's sophistry. But no, I'm doing philosophy.
But it's the intent behind it. The intent behind it is to.
How do you know my intent?
Because we know what the intent is. That's why we're here. We know we're here to debate and stuff. So.
No, you're saying that my intention is to be sophistical and not to be rational or to do philosophy. No, I'm doing philosophy when I'm asking you these questions. The basics of philosophy are ethics, metaphysics, epistemology. So I'm going to be looking at your worldview, your paradigm, your belief system, and seeing if what I see there coheres. I don't see a coherent starting point in any of those positions. And while Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, I would say specifically, it might not have an answer to every single thing. It's at least coherent. So what we do in my approach is we compare two different paradigms and we see which one is coherent, because I believe in a coherent. You want me to be clear? I believe in a coherency theory of truth. I don't think that what I'm getting here is coherent. It seems like a bunch of jumbled up contradictory stuff.
It sounds like you're describing kind of the same thing. You say, okay, well, it says in our text that this is true. It says through spiritual mystic experiences that this is true. And it also says that throughout our church, throughout the time and the world, the consensus of the church says the same exact stuff I'm talking about.
No, but the difference is that our paradigm has a basis for how to justify these beliefs in each of these three categories of philosophy. So what I've been doing is critiquing your paradigm, critiquing the basics of where you start the system, and I'm saying that it's not coherent. And I'm saying that if you look at ours, it is coherent.
So what I said was essentially text, spiritual experience, consensus, and then you said text, spiritual experience, and then consensus.
Right, but the point is that the explanation of those things was not coherent.
But it's the same thing at its core.
You can use the same words. I know you're talking about semantics, but I showed you earlier that it's not consistent. How do we know if the guy who starts the cult is degenerate or not?
Okay, how is it?
You said because it's objectively not true, and there's a scientific consensus about. Actually, there's not a scientific consensus about whether having a bunch of kids is true or not, because much of science is bought off and now promotes the idea that you shouldn't have any kids. So there's not even a scientific. What is science anyway? What is the scientific consensus?
This is a whole other debate. It
is. But and I appreciate that you rejected scientism. But again, there's not going to be a clear definition. You said, well, the Eddas tell us this. Okay, but you also said that the Eddas have a thing where we shouldn't get caught up in the details, like things like, well, the gods seem to act like men, don't they? They seem to be personified human beings.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that I think at root here, what the problem with paganism is that it's relativistic. And I know that you're really reaching for ways for it not to be relativistic, but I don't see how that is justifiable or inescapable.
But, I'm just going to go back to the bottom line is what's similar about both of our faiths that we're describing, get rid of the debate tactics and all of this, is, your justification for spiritual truth is what is said in your text, what is spiritual experiences, and, consensus. And I would go further, and I would say that my consensus is more thorough than yours. Yours is just based within the confines of your church. Mine branches out to many, many different other spiritual philosophies that branch throughout different.
No, I mean, you can pick and choose and do that. I can pick and choose and say that, well, there's similarities in all these other religions to my religion. Therefore, there's a skeletal outline of how my religion is the true religion. That doesn't really. I mean, that's so vague. It could be anything. I mean, we can find similarities in anything between anything by doing that.
This is the problem with universalism: is you think that you have the one universal truth for all of the world, and which has led to multiculturalism and all kinds of this other stuff that has gone down. I'm not saying
that's a ruse, though.
I'm not saying that the Orthodox Church has led to this. I'm not saying Catholics have led to this, but just the general idea of universalism has been fundamentally, absolutely destructive for all of the world entirely.
Yeah, this is another contradiction. Do you think that your position is true? We've been arguing that there are objective truths. That's a universal claim and a universal position, and now you're trying to make a fallacy argument about how Christianity is the source of, and Judeo whatever history is the source of universal claims and universal religion.
That's not what I said.
You just tried to argue a few minutes ago that your position has universal moral claims.
No. My position has universal truths. There are universal truths, but universalism isn't universal truths. There are things that are universally true. Like you said, mathematics are universally true, but that's not universalism. Universalism is taking all of your philosophy and believing that all people around the world, it works for them, which is just fundamentally wrong.
Yeah, well, again, I think that what you think is sophistry is, again, doing philosophy, right? This is how philosophy works. This is doing philosophy, is asking questions about assumptions. If you read the Apology, you were talking about Plato and Socrates. I mean, that's essentially what Socrates does when he goes out in Athens, is he questions everybody's presuppositions, their starting points, their paradigm. And that's what I'm doing. And no, actually, the distinction that you're trying to make there really doesn't work, because if it's morally wrong for me to start the cult and have a harem and to practice magic butt sex, then it's universally morally, that's a universal claim. So even if you don't want your religion to be universal, but at the same time you want it to have universal aspects, you're still a universalist. Even a relativist, even the most rank relativist who says there's absolutely no truth, man, he dogmatically believes that that is a universal truth. And that's what I'm saying, is that that's inescapable. So you're the one playing a sophistical word game of wanting to have objective universal claims and truths, and then turn around and say, oh, it's the Christian who wants the universal truths, when you have and need the same thing.
Yeah, no, I made the clear distinction that just because there are parts, okay, universal, you admit that there's a difference between...
There's parts of your religion.
It does matter, because semantics matter, remember? Words matter, definitions matter. You said that, come on, man.
You believe there's universal truths in your religion.
Yeah, because
so it's universal in some aspect.
There are parts that are universal because there are some things that are absolutely universal, but as a whole, it is not philosophically universalism.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter whether you tack on the ism on the back of it, because you still believe that it's wrong for me to have the harem and the magic butt sex.
Yeah, well, why do we got to talk about butt sex? Like, can we just make it
prominent in a lot of pagan literature? That's why.
It's not prominent. I've read all of the Eddas. I've never seen a single butt sex. No butt sex.
You mentioned Plato earlier. Plato talks about it.
Well, Plato's not Germanic pagan. And in fact, a lot of people argue that.
I mean, you were appealing to Plato. You were appealing to the Indo.
No. I gave an example that I knew you were familiar with.
Okay, so only the Germanic tribes were the ones that refrained from butt sex. Okay, yeah, that's really believable.
And in fact, Tacitus, he explained how the Teutons would throw sodomites in bogs and pile rocks on top of them and disappear them. So sodomy has not been historically something that we are, tolerant of.
Well, whether it is or it isn't, I don't see on what basis is it wrong. I mean,
you just made the claim that there's gods having butt sex in the Eddas, which is,
I said the Greeks.
All right, well, I'm not Greek.
Yeah, but you've been appealing to other religious traditions as a universal way to vindicate the skeletal outline.
Because I thought that it would be I thought it would be better than just appealing to myself, which is what's the argument you're doing.
And so the appeal outside of yourself doesn't work, is what I'm trying to say.
Well, I'm saying that the appeal to yourself is kind of, that's like saying, it's appealing to yourself is also subjective. It's kind of sketchy. I'm saying, like, there's these other examples all over the place, and you're saying, oh, my examples come from in-house.
No, I appealed to how you justify claims in philosophy. When you go to a debate, there's the assumption that both parties are going to be subjected to the same rules and laws of logic.
Yeah, well, but it doesn't get past my point here, is that why is it that my justification, I'm using
because they're incoherent, they're contradictory.
They're not, though. They're not. The example.
Well, you saying they're not doesn't make them not, but they are.
Yeah. Well, also, you say that there's gods having butt sex in paganism all over the world doesn't make it true, because it's not true. But here's the bottom line.
It is true.
It's not. Okay, read the Eddas. If you read the Eddas, I will bet you $1,000 you will not find one single example.
Why are we supposed to follow the Eddas? Why are we not following Zeus and the Greek myths? Like, why is one true and the other? Well, I said, this is from my people. So it's relative. It's subjective. And I'm saying that you need a way to adjudicate between true and false, between evil and good. You don't get that in your religion.
Well, okay, here's a good metaphor. So, like, I don't know, like, what is... Like, say you're trying to express what a light is to multiple different people. Mm-hmm. A light is light. We know what light is. But if you go to, in India, there's a different word for light. Still light. If you go to Germany, there's a different word for light. Still light. Go to Russia, same thing over and over and over. Still light, but it's spoken in different languages. So that makes it's consistently light. It's just spoken in a different tongue.
That's different than trying to say that the same religion is manifesting itself across all these different cultures, and that there's a basic skeletal outline between all these different religions. They're not. They're fundamentally contradictory.
There's a difference between religion and God. There's a difference between religion, philosophy, and divinity. Well, I said, what is universal?
Knowing that is true, and that you're actually accessing true propositions about the the divinity that's beyond the different avatars or whatever. There's no way to know that. The system is completely contradictory and relativistic.
Okay, debate stuff or argumentative tactics aside, is there, yes or no, is there an overarching defined entity in the universe? Yes or no?
Do you understand that the debate tactics aren't tricks, that you're actually appealing to things that are real principles? They're not tricks.
Well, it is, because, okay, here's the thing. You're trying to prove to your audience by making me pick apart I could say something that's universally true. Like just now, I know you would have said yes, but you avoided the question because you're trying to pick me apart and you're trying to make a display that you and your position are superior to mine, as opposed to having
I'm trying to make a point to you about how and what the debate is and how universal claims and logic works. And you see it as kind of like a sword that you bring to the battle to way that you like rhetorically kind of sneak around people and make them look bad. And I'm saying I do not view it that way. You can think that I do that, but the way I view it, and I'm being honest when I say this, is that we are actually, our minds are tapping into actual universal metaphysical principles out there in the world. Logic is really a thing. There are real fallacies and all this kind of stuff. They're not just tricks. It's not just semantics. It's real. And so when we approach it that way, what I'm trying to do is look at the justifications here. And again, I mean, you're aware that there's the idea of justifying things in like a philosophical way, like
sure, but this is a performance. This is a production. This is
no. How do you don't know my motives? You're just assuming that this is like theatrics and Hollywood or something.
No. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that you have the intent to defeat paganism.
How do you know my intention?
Because I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong that you have the intent of promoting your faith and kind of knocking down mine? Yes or no?
That's part of my intention, yeah.
Okay, let's go back to my first question. Is there, yes or no, an overarching divine entity in the universe, in all of creation?
Sure.
Yeah. So why is it that you're avoiding these universal truths and using like essentially pill pull to kind of pick apart something that's also universally true?
I've been sitting here arguing for universal truths and claims that are only consistent with a personally revealed God, and that is distinct from the idea of all of creation being a kind of pantheistic manifestation of God. So that's very important for us because we don't confuse the creator and the creature. They're two different realms or two different things. Creation can be exalted. It can participate in different operations or energies of God, but it's never the same thing as the divine nature. And that's the central problem with paganism, is that it confuses the divine nature with what's created. And so once you blend those two worlds, what you get is idolatry, and you get the madness and relativism of paganism.
But it's so what? Okay, let's take a step back. What is your metric? What is the justification that your metric for analyzing this is true?
Well, I'm gonna utilize the justifications in philosophical discourse, right? The justifications in logic, the justifications in epistemic analysis, the justifications that also are at times empirical. Sure, there's nothing wrong with putting forth empirical evidence, but that's, again, it's different than the way that we justify a claim, because that has to do with universal claims. And the only way you can justify universal claims is not ultimately empirical. It has to be a priori.
Okay, so you're going to go back to, you're essentially using the same justifications as me. You're just using a more, I guess. I mean,
that's the entire argument I've been making the whole time. And you're just saying it's pill pull, it's Talmudism, it's this kind of stuff. No, I mean, philosophy is not pill pull.
But, debate tactics is.
Yeah, but it's because, I mean, are you not familiar with debate? Like,
I mean, I am.
I'm not trying to be rude to you, but,
no, I know.
I mean, justifying claims is not semantics and tricks.
But when you split hairs and you try to pick apart every single little detail before it's...
well, I don't think having a harem and magic butt sex is splitting hairs.
I mean,
that's a simple question.
Well, I mean, I would never, advocate for any kind of butt sex ever.
I'm not saying you are. I'm asking the question of how do we adjudicate between whether that's degenerate or not.
Well, you keep bringing up butt sex, and I'm just saying that it triggers me, and I don't want to talk about butt sex. That's all I'm saying here.
Okay, well, we can pick a different human sacrifice. Pick a different thing that we think is degenerate.
Okay, so I made the distinction that just like you did, that the justification for why my faith is true is holy text, is consensus, is results, the fruit of what has happened, results, the conclusion. That's the same thing you said. So it's just like, oh, there's other stuff that seems kind of like fluff to me. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, do you want to go? I mean, I'm not mad or anything. I think it was a great discussion, but you want to do like a Q&A? We've been going for a good while here.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So you want to do a Q&A, and we'll take maybe some super chats and all that, and then we'll do like maybe closing statements towards the end. Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. So everybody, if you want to, if you send some super chats, and we'll do some Q&A, and I'll read the ones that are here. What do you think of, this is Womp Womp $5. What do you think of borrowing some pagan ideas like throwing these people in the bog? Well, actually, well, the Old Testament laws about that were pretty strict. And of course, in the history of Byzantium, you have pretty strict laws about that kind of stuff. So I don't think it really has to, what the pagan perspective in Germanic tribes or amongst degenerate Greeks is, in my view, doesn't really have any bearing on what a Christian civilization could enact on the basis of their understanding of divine law. Do you have any comments on that?
I'm the fucking bog lord. I'm all for it. I'm all for the bog.
Right.
Cowards, shirkers, traitors, sodomites, all manner of degenerates.
All right. We don't want to get the channel taken down. So, all right. So we have a strong view on that. Gotcha. Corneliu Cordiano, 50 Knox. Jay, debate Steven Anderson. No, I'm not going to debate those guys. They're not good-willed opponents in debates. Imperium, $5. How is perennialism any different than relativism? By the way, I love how my low IQ tweet inspired the greatest debate of 2019. Well, wow. I don't.
Whoa, really?
Do you think this is that's a compliment to both of us? Thank you, Imperium. I would say if you saw the debate that I did with Eric, I don't believe that perennialism is any different from relativism.
Yeah, I would say it's. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, if you have any comments, feel free.
Yeah. Well, relativism is kind of a hard thing because some things. I don't believe in these dichotomies. Like you can have things that are objective and then also subjective. You can have things that are both simultaneously true. You can have pieces of this and pieces of that because the divinity is in like spiritual philosophy isn't just like bound by our material definitions. I mean, you can take a step back. Now, what we're talking about tonight is the absolute objective metrics in which you measure these things. But to say that relativism is subjective and all bad. I mean, obviously, I believe very strongly in perennialism. So I say that I guess it could be relative. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's a big topic that goes into more and more discussion.
Eric Jewell, $10. How do you feel about the practice of drinking male fluids as practiced by Odin? I'm not aware of that, but
I'm not aware of that either. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
I think he's trolling, but let's see. Lawrence Balanag, $2. Anyone want to match my chat? Well, I don't know. Do they? All right. So a little bit of super chat action there. Let's see. You want to do a closing statement? I'll let you, if you want to do a closing statement, go first, and then I'll give mine.
Sure, absolutely. And Mr. J.
Wait, hold on. We got another super chat here.
Let's do it.
Jake Berg, $5. As ortho, can you explicate how our faith is the fulfillment of the expectation of nations? Yeah, I would say that if you look at a lot of those Old Testament predictions, like Genesis 12, Genesis 15, Genesis 17, God says to Abraham that the gospel will expand out of Israel to the whole nations. And so there's a lot of predictions in Amos. There's a lot of predictions in Hosea, Isaiah, major prophets, Daniel, etc. That Daniel even says in Daniel 9 that by the time of the Roman Empire, and even secular scholars admit Daniel was written prior to the existence of the Roman Empire. Daniel says that by the time the next empire comes after Alexander, after the Greeks, there will be a birth of a Messiah, and you will see the end of the Jewish temple sacrifice. And then he says the Gentiles will be brought into the kingdom. And that's what we've been seeing for the last 2,000 years, is the bringing in of the Gentiles, as Jesus talked about in Luke 21 and Matthew 24. So that's how I think that all the way back to Genesis, the promises of messianic seed are fulfilled in Christ and in his Orthodox Church. And so that's how I understand the fulfillment of the expectation of the nations. So I don't see any more super chats. So if you would, go ahead. You have the floor for your final statement.
Beautiful. Well, Mr. Jay, thank you so much once again for allowing me to step up to the plate here. I hope I presented my position and my faith with tact and cunning. And it's been quite the pleasure to stand up with and clash swords with an intellectual giant such as yourself. You are, as I said before, a master of your craft. And I hope in this time David fared well against Goliath. So thank you so much to you for letting me come on.
What's your final statements on paganism? Do you have any final statements?
Okay, so my final statements for paganism, for Asatru specifically, because paganism and Asatru are not synonymous. My final statement is that, within the clown world, within the sea of degeneracy and darkness that is Ragnarok, as we approach our final days, it is very hard to kind of find our way back home. It is very hard to find, continuity and we're homesick for a place that we don't even know exists. We've never seen it. So what is Asatru? Asatru is the gates to Hyperborea. It is a way for us to master our mind, body, and spirit and become in touch with our ancestral knowledge and our ancestral wisdom and become a higher level of being and to become in touch with the things that make us human. And that is family, that is folk, that is country, that is divinity, that is all of these things that are just wonderful and wholesome and make us complete as men, as humans, as Germanic people. Hail Odin, hail the folk, and hail everybody in the chat that tuned in. God bless all of you and all of your wonderful, beautiful families. May the springtime bring endless, just fruitful gardens and beautiful angel babies for your tribes. Thank you again, Mr. J. God bless you, sir, and your wonderful family.
Thank you. I would say in closing that I think that the neo-pagan movement is a reaction. It's a reaction to things that are degenerate, that are problematic, obviously across not just the Western world, but eventually, and as we're seeing now, global degeneracy and toxicity. However, I don't think it is ultimately the correct solution. I think that Orthodox Christianity is what is the right solution and has been there as the right solution for the last 2 millennia. I think that the collapse of the Roman Catholic Church, of which you said you have kind of come out of, signifies this. I don't fault you for questioning the Roman Catholic Church and looking elsewhere. I think that's a very logical approach given the corruption and degeneracy in that institution. But in our view, there's a specific reason for why the Roman Catholic Church kind of fell into that degeneracy. And it relates ultimately to theology and the terms there, the theological terms that we make very precise and have definitions for. They're not just semantics. They actually have a very important point. I think what I wanted to stress in this debate was I believe that the position that you're presenting is relativistic at root, and it doesn't have a philosophical justification which is needed. Certainly we can be overly rational, but I think that orthodoxy, if it's practiced correctly, traditionally, it actually has a good balance between the mystical, the existential experience that you have in the liturgy, in the practice of hesychia, and the realm of what's logical and rational. So all the fathers did apologetics, they did these kind of debates. And if you are interested in the stuff that I've said, I would say just watch my video. I'm not going to drone on. I would say watch my video that deals with the prophecies of the Old Testament being fulfilled in Christ. And then I would say watch my video on St. Athanasius and his critique of paganism, because he has a lot of the same arguments I made there. So thank you. Great debate, great discussion. I'm really glad we kept it civil. We got heated, but we didn't get hateful and
yeah, big time. This is just a shining example of how we can get together. We can speak like gentlemen. Like in the West, this is what the West is based on: is guys coming together and having a battle of wits and intellect. And even a guy like Jay, who is a philosophical guy. I mean, I'm beer on the porch nationalism. I'm just a blue collar guy. The fact that he would bring me on and let me talk is just an example of how we can act civilly and be gentlemen and in our quest to defeat degeneracy. But real quick before we end, may I give a plug to where people can find my content, Mr. J?
Yeah, and I've got your link there below, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter at Big Dave Martell, Gab and Mines, at Dave Martell. You can go subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is called Dave Martell. You can also find me tonight on Verbo Tempestus YouTube channel with The Conduit, where we dig into all kinds of crazy esoteric conspiracy theories, and also find me on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on Hroffenfolk channel, where I talk about all kinds of other heathen, pagan context subjects, have all kinds of awesome interviews. Or you go to Amazon.com, pick up a copy of my book, The American Loyalist, Proclamation of Moral Insurrection. Our founders selflessly flung themselves at God's gracious feet in the name of liberty, and then looked down from their heavenly thrones in disgust. Pick up your father's sword, sons of the Republic, and reclaim what is yours. God wills it. Conquer or die. I am Big Dave Martell. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Hail victory.
It's like the Viking Alex Jones there or something. All right, man. Thank you. Good talk. And, yeah, so his links will be below. Thank you guys for the super chats. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Check out Jay's analysis. Be sure to subscribe to my stuff if you haven't. And until next time.
Okay, so listen. People are starting, the MDE fan base is getting older and people are starting to get money, which you need to send me. I've heard this from multiple people, though. And there's also the fact that, like, talented labor is kind of, like, going away. Like, Zoomers don't want to leave the house. They want to do remote coding jobs and stuff like that. They don't want to do real, actual jobs. So people are, like, making money. Yeah. But some people are actually, like, in trades, doing HVAC, electrical, coding, web, whatever it is. They're making money. So here's the thing. Do not adjust your quality of life to match your income. That's what people do. They start making 80K, 90K, and then they're like, should I get a BMW 3 Series? And they rationalize, they're like, oh, it's the cheaper BMW. It's like a starter BMW, but it's like a nice car. I should upgrade the other parts of my life to match my income. Don't do that. Continue living cheaply, and just aggressively save your money. Like, the only way to do it, if you're impulsive or if you have ADHD or whatever, is to gamify it, where it's like you're watching the number, like what you do with silver. Like, I know you're not doing it because you like need more money. You're doing it because you want to watch the number go up. That's what you have to do psychologically to save money. But start doing that, and just that's all you got to do. And the other thing is, I've said this once or twice before, but it's so important, is when the iron is hot, you got to strike. When there's a window of opportunity, especially if you're doing something like, I mean, this goes for anybody. Like, people are always blindsided. Like, oh, I can't believe I lost my job. I was there for 15 years. Well, yeah, like, things change. And like, you got comfortable. You got like not that good at your job. 15 years was a good run. Now you're broke. Now you're going to the gas station for roller food or whatever. Like, when that window comes, especially if you're doing something creative, especially if you're like a YouTuber, where people can ditch you, like people will drop you tomorrow if you're a whack. If something whack happens, like I said, if something comes out and it's really whack, people will drop you tomorrow. So you have to, like, when that window is there, you have to be totally maximizing it, and like, don't spend, don't stunt, don't upgrade the quality of your life. And this will come for you too. If you're a young guy with no skills and nothing going on right now, and you're listening to this, like, I don't make any money, like, this will happen to you probably when you're like 31. Like, once you get some age on you, you get some skills, you get like a network of people, like whatever it is that enables you to make a little bit of money. And this is not like a TikTok, like, get rich in 1 hour type shit. Visit www.mdegdudelifehack.com for more details on how to spend your money on us.
subway shop. Whoa. I am married to my Funko Pop. Whoa. We got joined, co-wives in a subway shop. Whoa. Cinnamon and biscuits and minerals, they come to eat and chew. My home life is fit, watching on a tube. DyerRadio, stay tuned for more DyerRadio. Oh, oh, oh. Classic Dyer, inglorious reality. Oh, oh, oh. Perfume boomers, got to listen to DyerRadio. Oh, oh, oh. I'm married to my Funko. Oh, oh, oh. DyerRadio, stay tuned for more DyerRadio. Oh, oh, oh. Classic Dyer, inglorious reality. Oh, 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 oh. Perfume boomers, got to listen to DyerRadio. Oh, oh, oh. I'm married to my Funko. Oh, oh, oh.
Thank you to whoever made the Dyerwave audio. I like that. It's some sweet stuff. In fact, I may just let that play again while we let some more people roll on in here. analysis is the implementation of the AI smart grid and the giant smart cities, which is what IBM talks about publicly building. And that's where we're going, and that's what I think we have to be really concerned about. So all of these tensions, they are part of a long-term strategy to basically get everybody moved into mega cities. They'll be forced off of land and so forth for environmental reasons, and basically concocted and invented environmental nonsense. And then you'll be stuck in some hellhole mega city in a, basically a carton-sized apartment living over a Target or something, or inside of a Target or a Walmart, as I said several years ago. It's actually coming true now. There's actually Target cities. that the inversion has to be reverted back to the way it needs to be. And that means that first and foremost for man, it is spiritual issues. Those come first. Then we have the things like the philosophy and the family and the social issues and things like that. That comes next. And race or ethnicity can be classed as part of that. That is, in other words, you caring for your people is just a broader extension of the family, the tribe, the nation. Right? It all depends on what we mean by these words and these terms. Now, America, Americanism, is the first attempt at a completely propositional nation, and this is well known. This is not debated in political theory. I think even Abraham Lincoln referred to it that way. Jay Dyer, Jay's analysis. basic principles are fighting against one another, right? In Plato's philosophy, the state is God. It's embodied in the philosopher king. It's basically like Pharaoh type stuff, right? Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, is the opposition to that. Now, does that mean that it is egalitarian and wipes everything out? Absolutely not. There ain't a bit of egalitarianism in the last 1,960 years of Christianity. And everybody who knows anything knows that. So be honest with yourselves. Why can't you, especially liberal, lying church leaders? You people are just disgusting. Thus, my point is that what all this echo chamber alternative media crap is a waste of time. It's pointless. I mean, yes, it's good for waking people up, but you don't have models of how to erect civilization. You have nothing. I'm telling you, we have an existing structure of the Orthodox Church that contains all the truths that we need to erect this great civilization. It's already been erected in the past. Now, can we go back in time and redo the Byzantium? No. But we can build on what is still there, what's left, the ruins, right? Standing on the shoulders of giants, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And when you read these books, and when you get an idea of civilizational studies, and you grow out of just a very naive biological racial determinism, that's not everything, man. There's more to reality, to life than race. Man has a spirit. There's obviously some aspect to which all men share manhood, right? So does that mean that we go with the universal and we blend everybody into a giant blob of no individuals? No. That's the error of collectivism. One of the many dialectics. We don't do dialectics. We believe in a balance because in the triad there's a balance. In the church there's a balance. In the imperium there's a balance between the ethnos, right, and the leadership. All of this was laid out for a thousand years in the church fathers, especially the later church fathers. Look at the double-headed eagle. The Byzantine double-headed eagle. It tells you everything. There's your symbol. There's your esoteric symbol. Is it Masonic? No, it's not Masonic. It's the symbol of the ecumenical councils under the imperium. It's not Masonic. Byzantine. Right? So think about the books that I've recommended here. If you want to take what you're yapping and wasting all your time on YouTube crap, turn that off and read some of these books. Listen to my lectures where I go through these books. This is Jay Dyer, Jay's Analysis. I challenge you to read these books and come back to me and you tell me if I'm wrong. You know, one of the ways to show that relativism, which is the dominant philosophy of our day, is incorrect, is to show that it actually is inconsistent on its own grounds. So while relativism tries to promote the idea of no certainty, no objectivity, it at the same time makes the claim that its own position is universally true. It's a universal statement. So anytime you make a universal claim, as we call it in logic or philosophy, this is the idea where you think that the proposition that you're proposing is absolutely true in all cases, in all worlds, et cetera, et cetera. So if you argue that there's such a thing as absolute truth, while at the same time your foundational presupposition or maxim or proposition is stating the denial of that thing, then it functions as what we call a universal contradiction. And I think that we can show that just simply by looking at its starting point, its beginning position, which claims that there's no objective truth. There are no universals. And so this then applies to epistemic relativism, metaphysical relativism, cultural relativism, and ethical relativism. All of those are kind of a package deal that starts with this position of making a universal claim that relativism itself is true, but then it also denies it in its movement, that is, in its argumentation, and then where it tries to go, it tries to say that there's nothing that's absolute or true. So this actually functions as its strongest self-refutation. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. reduces to absurdity. that's exactly what we experienced. It is always the logos.
I'm married.
to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
I recently challenged several different people to a debate. One of those was Novus Ordo Watch, one of the largest sedevacantist news websites. Novus Ordo Watch, of course, blocked me and wasn't interested in doing a public debate. There are other sites and groups that I choose not to associate with, not because of fear, but rather because I don't see them as operating in good faith and in goodwill. So just because I choose not to interact with or discuss with a group doesn't mean that I don't have any interest in debating the subject. Now, when it comes to the question of sedevacantist and the idea that the chair up here has been empty for the last X amount of decades, insert your own number. There are different groups and different cliques and sects that have different ideas of which pope was the last legitimate pope. Some say Pius XII, some say Pius IX. There are Pio-nonists, right? And they think that the apostasy in Rome goes back maybe 100 years, maybe more. So this is not really a singular position. You'll see there on the screen what some of these sedevacantist groups who had a period where they were Seda, they eventually moved into conclavism and they elected their own pope. You can look up online the different conclavist groups and you'll find that most of the time it ends up being some con man running a cult. And they come and go, they drift in and out. And I remember the conclavist groups who had Pope Gregory, whoever, the 17th or 18th or 19th, 5 or 6 years ago, they don't even exist anymore. Sometimes it's a guy in France in his apartment with a P.O. box. Sometimes it's a guy in Canada, David Bowden, in his attic, right? The Vatican, instead of the Vatican. And that's who you see there. And sometimes it's a kind of do-it-yourself, set up your own trailer park cult. So there's not really and by the way, some of the individuals who have fallen away from those groups and started other groups have ended up in, well, let's just say worse than bizarre views. I'm not going to track all these down because it would just show you nothing but insanity. And I want to spare you of that. But I used to interact with a lot of these groups about 10 years ago. And I would have email exchanges. I met a couple sedevacantist priests and talked to them. And on the whole, I think that there were a lot of sincere people, but what you tend to find is that they're unbalanced people. They're individuals who, and I would say to a degree back in my mid-20s, early 20s, I was imbalanced. And that's because I was very idealistic and I assumed that there would be a perfect system that I could map onto reality. And when I didn't find everything matching up to this perfect intellectual system, it became very frustrating because it eventually leads to a kind of despair because there's just you and nobody else, right? And eventually your friends don't want to interact with you and you don't have any friends and you're very alone, but you feel like you would be engaging in a mortal sin if you dared to do anything outside of the strictures of whatever your little cult told you. Now, this is all very sad, so we should pity these people, and I do. But of course, some of them are so obnoxious and incel that you can't even interact with them. So when I don't interact with someone, it's because you came at me with ridiculousness, and you came at me with omega male, creeper, stalker shit. Okay, so that's one level of why I don't interact with a lot of these people. Now, a lot of the other people I will seek to have discussions and debates with because I think that they're stable individuals who you can have an open conversation with, right? So if it's going to be an E. Michael Jones, who I've tried to have a debate with, or a Michael Hoffman, who I've tried to have a debate with, or different Thomists from the Fraternal Society of St. Peter. But when it comes to the sedevacantist, you really get these wild wackos that you can't even interact with. They will just go apeshit on you. They lose it. They spurg out to the extreme. Now, why is this? Well, the problem is that in Roman Catholicism, you have an intellectualized system. You have a system that essentially operates, especially in sedevacantism like Protestantism. It will seek out proof texts, no longer from Scripture like the Protestants do, but proof texts from the papal encyclicals and the councils to try to demonstrate at what point the specific apostasy happened. Now, I would agree the Satas are onto something when it comes to the question of apostasy, and I have videos that I'll link below that I've uploaded, some with 12,000, 13,000, 15,000 views from years ago where I critiqued all this stuff. So yes, they're onto a problem in the Roman Catholic Church, but the problem in the Roman Catholic Church does not begin with Vatican II. It doesn't begin with Freemasonry in the last few hundred years. It doesn't begin with moving away from Freemasonic dogma, or from Catholic dogma to Freemasonic dogma in the 1700s and the French Revolution. In the West, in the modern world, we can trace a lot of the collapse of the West to those problems. But really the problem with Roman Catholicism from the Orthodox vantage point is their theology. And it goes back to the points that I made in the debate with Nick, and I'm not sure why people can't grasp this, that ideas like the forged documents, like the decretals, the papal decretals that were used to prop up the idea that the papacy has universal temporal authority, these are admitted fakes. They're admitted frauds. The modern Vatican does not even acknowledge them as real anymore. Now, of course, the Sedevacantists will say, oh, that's because they are frauds and they've taken over the church and all this stuff. Yeah, but you see, the problem is that the further that we start going back, we start to notice these same problems in the papacy. We notice that Benedict XV was a supporter of the League of Nations. We notice that there were liturgical changes under Pius X, and that's why some Sedevacantists actually question the sanctity and sainthood of Pius X, because he started liturgical reform. So these problems we start to notice that the Sedevacantists latch onto as their be-all, end-all. And by the way, one of the arguments that Augustine, in Orthodoxy we call him Blessed Augustine, one of the arguments that he used against the heretics and schismatics was that they shut themselves up in the corner of North Africa. They shut themselves up in the corner of some city, right? And they think that they alone have the truth. Well, this, of course, is completely contrary to what it is to be Catholic. To be Catholic is to be universal, right? One holy Catholic and apostolic. So the Sedevacantist groups are the textbook version of schism. Now, to be fair, they're a little more consistent than the Society of St. Pius X, who believe in papal infallibility and jurisdiction, and yet defy the Pope's infallibility and jurisdiction by saying that they've all been in error for many, many years, but they're still carrying the charism of infallibility, but let's just do a bunch of mental gymnastics to make that work. So the Sedevacantists are a little more consistent than the halfway house position of the SSPX. However, the Sedevacantist world is nothing but a giant mess of delusion, prelest, and danger. And that's why every one of these sects hates the other sect. They hate each other worse than the Protestants do. They all condemn and excommunicate one another and say that you can't talk or interact with one another. Yet some of them will still commune with people that commune with Vatican II prelates. They will commune in churches that they hold to be apostate. Now, in the patristic view, you're not supposed to commune with apostates. So these people are at pains to make their system work, especially since many of them don't even believe there are valid bishops anymore. Since there's no valid bishops anymore, the keys and jurisdiction of the church has been extinguished. So they're as dumb as the Protestants, right? If the charism of Peter is to continue to the end of the world, as Vatican I explicitly says, then where is the papacy? Oh, well, there's no pope, but the office of the papacy still exists. Well, guess what? There's not been one in several decades, and there won't be one for the foreseeable future. And this is why the conclavists, like David Bowden that you see here, they've elected their own trailer park pope. So this is really a position of extreme pride on the one hand, and this is why I'm saying that it leads a lot of people into atheism. So 10 years ago when I interacted with a lot of these groups and looked at where they were going, a lot of those people are atheists now. And that's because they saw the absurdity and the unworkable nature of this position, that it's really something that's for LARPers online. and they imagine themselves to be the true Catholics. But if you'll watch over the next several years, you'll see that a lot of the people that were into sedevacantism will drift out of it. They won't be in it anymore. And when it comes to the sedevacantist groups that are out there, they will continue to split and excommunicate one another. And really, so for your own safety and mental health, you should avoid these groups. Right? You're not going to find what you're looking for in those groups. And if you want to do that, you want to go down that route, be my guest, enjoy the madness. But really, I would say there's some works that you should check out if this is something that you've been looking into and that you're tempted with. There's a way to deal with this in a coherent, sensible manner, and not so that you don't have to be led into a world of mad conspiracy theories where, maybe, the conclavists are right, maybe the set of privationists are right, maybe none of this stuff is worth your time.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is it not only inflation? Most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. It's one of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist.
They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is it not only inflation?
Most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time.
It's one of the things during the Depression. There were runs on the bank.
The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day.
So it's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist.
Visit Jepstein, McEfferyFinancial.com and improve your financial education today.
As a side note, if you're interested in a book on the subject, which I would recommend, there's a guy named John Pontrello who's used some of my work and cited it in his book and other places. And he is the author of The Sedevacantist Delusion, Why Vatican II's Clash with Sedevacantism Supports Eastern Orthodoxy. I would recommend his book as a good place to dive into this if you've been a sedevacantist or tempted with this or looked into this. His position is, I think, really coherent. He's going to make a great case. And you can get his book at thesedevacantistdelusion.com or on Amazon. So really these are questions that need to be answered, in book form. So I recommend his book. It's not going to be solved by just watching a bunch of YouTube videos. But again, the simplest way to show this position is absurd is that it has no actual living church. And so the various sedevacantist groups are all divided against one another. And they're very, very tiny schismatic groups. And they will split within the next 5 years or 10 years amongst themselves. This is the very argument that Augustine used against the Donatists. And so sedevacantism is in its own way another version of Donatism in that it seeks for this extreme purity on the basis of this extremely intellectualized, systematic, Thomistic type view. And when it doesn't get it, it splits and starts its own movement, and it's actually worse and more fragmented and smaller and tinier than Protestantism. So while they may be correct in refuting the ideas of Freemasonry or the errors of Vatican II, what they don't understand is the extent of which the problems in Rome go back way further than the recent times of Pius IX, Vatican I, the encyclicals of Leo XIII against Freemasonry or whatever. They go way back to the time of the Renaissance, to the time of the Franks, to Charlemagne, when you have the introduction of a different triadology into the church and the introduction of things like uncreated grace. One of the ways to come out of this delusion is to understand the Orthodox Christology. Now, this is the Christology that's taught at the first several ecumenical councils. When you understand that Christology, you're going to have the rest of your theology worked out right. You're not going to be trapped in some idea where Christ is only dying for the elect, or that Christ is some entity that's divided from his humanity. And there's really no other way to understand this than by believing in the essence-energy distinction, which the Sixth Ecumenical Council dogmatically teaches. This is how Christ's humanity is deified by his divine person and logos. If you don't believe in the uncreated energies of God or the essence-energy distinction, there's no way for there to be a real participation of Christ's humanity in his divinity, and as a result, for all of us to participate in Christ's resurrection and immortality. So I would say, first of all, read my essay that made it onto some of the largest Orthodox websites in the world. It's very well known now. Augustine, Aquinas, Barlaam, and Palamas, The Root of Western Theological Error. This will be linked below, and it's a good introduction into our doctrine of Christology and grace, how the two relate together, and why it is we can't agree with Aquinas when he rejects St. John of Damascus' teaching that there's an essence-energy distinction, right? So it goes back to the ideas of absolute divine simplicity. So that's what I'm going to say, is that after that, you need to understand that Roman Catholic dogmatic absolute divine simplicity is heretical. It's what leads to the Filioque and all the other errors in Rome. And when you read that essay, you'll get a good introduction and explanation of how that is true. This is why St. Gregory Palamas says, when God was conversing with Moses, he did not say, I am the essence, but I am the one who is. Thus is not the one who is who derives from the essence, but the essence which derives from him, for it's he who contains all being in himself. This is basically just to refute Thomism, the idea that the statement is one of absolute divine simplicity, a statement about the divine essence. It is not. It is a statement that God is personal. And that is our starting point for our theology. So I would say you need to read these two essays, and if the wording is difficult, I have an essay from a long time ago, definitions of various relevant theological terms. So I would say read that, and then you're going to get a good picture of what these terms mean, right? And this is for theology, right? So we've entered into the realm of theology. People want to do theology. Well, here you go. This is all from the Eastern Fathers, and the works. There thousands of times, this essay alone is actually read to the conversion of countless Roman Catholics to Orthodoxy. Every day I get messages from pagans, atheists, and Roman Catholics who've embraced Orthodox Christianity. Now, why is that unless I knew what I was talking about and I was onto something, right? And it's because these essays that are going to be linked below are devastating to the total picture of Roman Catholicism. My essay about Western theophanies, right, and the Western loss of theophanies and the recapitulation of Christ is devastating to Western Nestorian Christianity, which is what the West eventually adopted because they don't believe in the recapitulation and the cosmic aspect of Christ's resurrection and ascension. That's why I made that video, Direct Knowledge of God. So I'm going to link all of these below, and it'll basically be like a course in correct theology. And if you go through these, and you can also check out my recommended reading page, which will give you the books that you'll want. It's at the blog. There's a link here, recommended reading. And really, again, it's not so much about getting a THD in theology as it is about understanding the basic errors and principles in these other systems that are easy to spot once you know them. So you don't have to get a PhD. You'll just, you know, for example, when a Roman Catholic says there's no way to know what the truth is apart from the Pope, that is a circular argument, because all it does is move the problem back a step and assume that you, the individual reading the Pope's letter, is interpreting it properly. It assumes that you know which are the true interpretations and meanings of the Pope's letters. And that's why in Roman Catholic theology you get a priest telling you what an infallible man telling you what the infallible document means in a fallible way. So it leads to just nonsense. And that's because they don't believe in the power of the Holy Spirit to actually lead individuals in the church to know what's true. Now, we as Orthodox believe that the entire church participates in the Spirit. So because of the coming of the Holy Spirit and Pentecost, we don't need the Pope. We don't need a universal penal jurisdictional sanctioned super emperor to tell us what truth is, because truth is directly accessible. Now you say, well, that sounds Protestant. No, because truth is only directly accessible in the community of the church, right? One, holy, Catholic, and apostolic. So it's not the idea, it's ridiculous, and it doesn't work to just say, oh, well, there's one guy over here, this guy, he's the one that tells us which is the true and which is the false. And when you read Acts 15, Peter doesn't do that. Peter gets rebuked, and Peter is not leading the council in Acts 15. James is. So very simple to refute this kind of stuff. But it's all built on a house of lies, and that's why to prop up the universal temporal supremacy, you had these ideas of the Gratian decretals, the papal decretals, documents that are all complete forgeries. That's why the papacy has collapsed into a giant ecumenical cesspool. Right? And I'm not vindicating ecumenism in Orthodoxy. I'm just saying that we can see that the dogma of Rome, right? So if an Orthodox bishop says something erroneous, it only affects that guy, right? In Orthodoxy, the entire church doesn't collapse when one guy becomes a heretic or an apostate. But in Rome, the entire thing collapses. You have this headless monstrosity of Sedevacantism. And now even traditional publications like The Remnant are coming up with the idea that maybe Francis is a heretic, and they don't know what to do. Well, you don't know what to do because guess what? St. Photius, right, whose shrine I recently went to in Florida, St. Photius figured this out a millennia ago. He figured out a millennia ago that, guess what, the Orthodox were Sedevacantists 1,000 years ahead of you guys. And so we've already dealt with all these problems, and we've already solved all these issues. And the reason that you think that truth is something that is determined by just a pope is because you're too foolish to figure out that that's a circular argument and it just moves the problem back a step. No. So even when you claim to have the correct answer and your correct interpretation of the Pope, it still assumes that you as an individual have come to that truth. So you're assuming that the Holy Spirit has led you to that truth, right? Well, that's no different than the Orthodox person who says that I've come to the truth through my own studying and research and prayer and investigation of the Church Fathers and the Scriptures and the liturgy, right? So when these people say, how in the world would you know what's true or false without the Pope? It's because they don't understand the presence of the Holy Spirit in the community of the church and in the liturgy. That's how you come to the truth, the direct experience of God. There's no other way. Any other way is an idol.
You were listening to Dyer Radio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
Well, hello there, friends. Welcome. This is Brother Billy Baptist. This is my gospel hour on WTNA, and I want to welcome you want to welcome you home to our little radio and to our little church, Beulah Baptist. First of all, I would like to address the issue of last night's show when we had several young teenagers doing what they call they prank calls, calling in and making fun of the name of the station. I don't understand. There must be something that the kids are watching on the Mickey Mouse programs or something. I don't understand the jokes, but I want to ask first of all that we be serious here on the Gospel Hour, and I want to let you know that what we've got planned for you tonight is a very, very special show. I've got my good friend John Hagee is going to be popping in for a little while, and today he's going to talk about some Bible prophecies. I'm going to do a little bit of Bible prophesying on myself. I'm going to exercise the scriptures for you to let you know what's happening in the book of Revelation, a book that many people find to be very confusing. It doesn't need to be confusing. It's the book given to God's people, as all of God's people. And I've had several dreams and visions that have come to me from the Lord, and I'll let you know, of course, what the answers are. But first of all, let's see if we can, Boozy, can you get John on? Let's get Brother John Hagee on. Damn it, Boozy, come on. Can you ring the damn phone, Boozy? Boozy, this is why I got you saved, so you could do this right. This shit right. You're going to bleep that out now in the edit, won't you? All right, now, let's ring it. See if you can ring it. Come on, Boozy. Hello there, John. This is Brother Billy. I want to welcome you to the show, and I want to thank you for letting me call. This is John Hagee. I want to ask you all out there to buy my new book, In Defense of the End of the Times. Friends, we are living definitely in the end times. The Bible prophesies many times over there will be those who will come in the last days denying the end times. These deceivers and liars are all part of God's plan. God's plan for the end times and the rapture. Thank you, Brother Billy. Well, we're going to have to go rush to the commercial break here. I want to thank you, Brother Hagee, for popping in there to plug his new prophecy book, which I'm sure will be a classic. And I want to remind you that we will be having the potluck, of course. Let's just get a little look at this here. I'm told that the kids are going to put this on the YouTube, and they're going to have videos for us. Boy, look at that cake there. Look at them layers. It's like the 12 layers of the 12 apostles. Let me tell you, that cake there about like Sister Susie, and each one of them layers is. Well, we won't talk about that right now. We're going to get into Bible prophecy, as it says. Now, this image here, we see the buffalo, and of course that represents the American Indians. And the clouds there, and what we have this, the Statue of Liberty there is, of course, America, God's country. And the Statue of Liberty has commissioned the buffalo to run, right, of course, across the field there, and then you have God in the sky with the book. Now this here represents the beast, and that beast here has many horns and crowns on them of his horns, and it's sort of like it's as if what this picture's telling us is that this beast will rise up out of the sea. And it's going to be a very wet beast. He will probably smell tremendously awful. So you will know this is happening when you begin to smell the beast. Other aspects of prophecy, we will begin to see men who are genetically modified into half horse, half man. Here is a picture of this as we see, for real, in reality. so probably in New York where all the queers are. Now, this image here represents the rest of the beasts, and you have something from, looks like Final Fantasy there on the bottom. That bear, of course, represents California because the bear is on the flag of California. And you have that man there. The man is a man made of metal, and that's a robot. That represents robotics, as they are called in Bible prophecy. And so we're going to see these strange creatures being made, and robots with golden heads and golden skirts on. That represents homosexuality. Now, this image here is designed to explain what's happening in the book of Ezekiel and Revelation. Of course, those are the spaceships that will be doing the rapture. As you can see, there is a young girl here being lifted up into this spaceship. Boy, I wish I would. I have to tell you, I hope I'm on that spaceship when the rapture happens and we lift all the ladies up into it. Now moving on to the next picture. This is a real quick Bible chart. Now you need to jot this down for you because it make it simple. Now, I hope you got all that. Now here in this picture, what's going on is this is designed to help you understand through visual imagery the meaning of Bible prophecy. Now, the woman in white there is the bride. She looks like, of course, like my third wife, Maybelline. Not really. I'm not too happy about that. But then now this woman here on as you see on the riding the beast there. Now she looks like my second wife, and she's got her cup of that wine, that box wine that she was always. Alejandra couldn't get off of that box wine. She was always drinking. That's her there on the beast, with a cup of gold. And there's the robot there again, as you can see in the background, next to the temple, with the golden head and the homosexual golden skirt. And then, of course, there's the old man in the corner, and the spirits, those lamps. I'm not sure what that represents, but that's today. That's all for today's Bible prophecy. We want to go ahead and remind you that there's a potluck. Friends, are you needing something in your life? Perhaps you're hungry. Perhaps you're hungry for something that only can be fulfilled at the potluck. I'm talking about the great potluck, but I'm also talking about the potluck that we're going to be having here at Beulah Baptist. And of course, you'll see fine delicacies and dainties like that there, and you're going to see fine delicacies and dainties like this here. Now, old Sister Susie, we don't know what this meat is. She didn't ever tell us. But friends, I want to ask you to come on down the aisle. Come on down the aisle of your heart. If you come down the aisle, friends, we'll let you eat the potluck. Friends, I'll put the potluck at the front of the church up there by the altar. And if you come down, I'll give you a bite of it. Come down and dedicate your life. Friends, this has been the Brother Billy Baptist Show, and we want to thank you. We want to thank WTNA Radio, and I wish I could say I could thank Boozy in there in the control room, but I can't. We hope you tune in again, and I hope the kids put up good pictures on that on the Unet, on the YouTube.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
All right, this is JaysAnalysis.com. This is Jay Dyer back with you. This time I have with me Jennifer Sabini of EvolveInAScend.com. If you recall, Jennifer interviewed me maybe a couple months ago, and we discussed MK Ultra and the in-depth aspects of that program in terms of mind control, alternate personalities, and so forth. This time, I'm going to be talking more about Jennifer's own life, and we're going to talk to her about what she thinks about all these different weird movies from the 80s. So we had this sort of rash of 80s esoterica. But before we get to that, I want to talk to Jennifer about her own life. She's had some really, really interesting experiences that Jay's Analysis listeners and readers should hear, and we want to get her perspective on Egyptology, on what she calls sun language, on the experiences she's had with maybe otherworldly entities, things like that, and then maybe just go from that to a particular 80s specimen that sticks out called Legend that was, I'm sure most people have seen it. Ridley Scott's film from the 80s. So we're going to talk about the symbolism in that movie. But Jennifer, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing today, Jay?
Excellent. So tell us about you. Tell us a little bit of your background, whatever you're comfortable sharing, and then how did you get into this crazy esoteric stuff?
Well, as long as I can remember, it's been a part of my life. I grew up with a crazy grandma that read Aleister Crowley and taught me about tarot when I was 8 years old. So from the time I can even fathom, this has been just an ongoing discussion in my life. You know, my grandmother, I credit her as one of my greatest teachers, but, you know, she was really interested in the darker side of spirituality and knowledge of the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and because of her, I mean, I grew up in a family that didn't really follow religion, and my grandmother had a strong opposition against the Catholic Church. I mean, in her will, she stated that if any of us went to a Catholic school, that we wouldn't have our college paid for.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And, you know, she was nuts. I mean, my cousin's father wasn't really that great of a guy, and I remember my grandmother making a voodoo doll out of potato, and, you know, she's just was a character. But because of her, it kind of allowed me to be exposed to that information at a really young age.
So as a kid, you weren't making potato batteries. You were making potato batteries that were voodoo dolls.
Yeah, kind of. But, I mean, it's stranger than fiction. But after she passed away, you know, it kind of just sent me further down the exploration path. And when I was like 12, I was reading Communion by Whitley Strieber, and I was like really interested in the alien tip. And then it evolved as I, you know, became an adult. I studied with a rabbi for 2 years, and I almost converted to Judaism. I mean, I kind of dabbled in it all. But
well, I think it's good to get a firsthand sort of existential experience of a bunch of different traditions, because I kind of come from the perspective that if you don't experience it firsthand, it's very difficult to have a real picture of what it's all about. I mean, you can read about stuff in books all day, but if you're not going through it existentially firsthand, then it's you never know if what you're getting in the book is accurate, or, you know, it could just be all theoretical. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Well, that's like the alchemy of life. You know, you kind of like start with your base, and then through experience, those are like the chemicals that kind of transform you. And you can either kind of like take it to a darker place or transmute it into light. And, you know, like you said, you can read a million things in a book, but until you experience it firsthand, it's just words, you know? Right.
So let's go back to when you're a kid, you're in the 80s. Well, we listed some films that stood out to us. I always felt like some of these, you know, like The Dark Crystal or Labyrinth or some of these, like, even as a kid, I felt like there was more going on here. This was, you know, telling us something deeper about not just, you know, life. I mean, granted, these are kind of the new mythologies. You know, ancient people had stories of the gods and the myths, and I guess Hollywood's kind of taken that new role. But I still think that there's something actually being told through these films. I mean, in other words, it's not just, you know, telling a mythological story to make money. I think they're actually still presenting, you know, deeper truths that most people wouldn't be interested in looking at. What do you think about that?
I agree completely. And, you know, before I really could make sense of it all when I was younger, it did speak to me on a really deep level, and I think Jim Henson was really a master at that, and that's why I was so drawn to movies like The Dark Crystal and The Labyrinth. But I mean, that's why even what we covered on our analysis, which I'm sure we're going to delve into soon, just The Wizard of Oz, Return to Oz, there's a way through film where you can express something that I think is a universal truth in a less abrasive way. That's the beauty of art, where you can take something and it can evoke a feeling or just that universal truth on a different level. So, but the 80s in particular, I mean, it was like some wild stuff going on.
There was, especially for kids. And one thing that I think is really, I don't know, bizarre is not the right word, but curious is that a lot of these films I've noticed tend to have this, they tend to be directed at kids that are adolescent, so that are transitioning into puberty. And so you're going to see the sexual theme in a lot of these films kind of very subtly, that imagery is pushing through because it's targeted at an audience that is, a lot of them are coming into puberty. So I think that the imagery that sticks in our subconscious, like David Bowie and those tights, that's in my subconscious maybe is traumatic, but for a lot of girls, I've had actually a lot of girls tell me that, I used to watch Labyrinth, that I thought David Bowie was so hot.
Yeah, same here. It was weird because I was young, but I remember having fantasies about the Goblin King.
There you go, right. So, and I think it has to do with the fact, and of course I had a crush on Jennifer Connelly from that movie.
Yeah.
I think that it's more than just using sexual imagery or using innuendos or whatever, because there's my thesis on, for example, Labyrinth, and we don't have to go into this yet, but I think that it's at this period where, at least from a spiritual perspective, puberty is where there's a lot of physical changes happening in the body, a lot of chemical changes, and from an alchemical perspective, this is an important phase in your life as you're progressing and becoming an adult, and that's, the period of sexual awakening. So I think that there's a definite intentional usage of the psychological journey that happens to a person who's transitioning into puberty. And I think these directors are intentionally doing that with these films, and that's why you see these subtle undertones. As we said with Legend, that's why the imagery of the unicorn is ultimately really going to be sexual imagery.
Exactly. I mean, when you look at the horn, it's very phallic, and there's this whimsical magic to it. But I mean, it's like the same concept as before, for the audience. Before I connected with Jay and we developed our friendship, I never really believed in angels. I didn't really know what I thought about it. I read about it, but I wasn't sure. And then you see these images where, it's these muscular beings with wings, and, is that really what an otherworldly being looks like? But through art, you kind of can convey an idea, which is almost impossible to explain. But, with the unicorn as representing the orgasm or sexual energy, I mean, you can't just go out and put an idea just out there and be okay, sex.
Exactly, right.
So, I mean, it's taking that and using it as an allegory.
Exactly. And like you said, from the perspective of Hermeticism or esoterica or even just ancient religion in general, the regenerative process is the sort of the foundation of at least most ancient pagan religions. So, for example, ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Rome, whatever, they all had this notion of the centrality of the natural process in terms of, the seed falls into the earth, out springs the tree. This sort of mimics the idea of, the man impregnating the woman, the seed. So this is really the basis of so many ancient religions and the whole idea of the mother goddess and all that. But for those who say might be skeptical, I'm going to read a quote from Carl Jung where he talks about unicorn symbolism in the tradition of alchemy. He says the unicorn in alchemy is an example chosen to demonstrate how the symbolism of Mercury is intermingled in the traditions of pagan Gnosticism as well as the Christian Church. As the unicorn is not a single, clearly identified entity, more specific concern is centered on the beast with a single horn, or the alicorn. Examples are given in the literature, especially from the chemical wedding of Christian Rosencrantz, that would be the founder of Rosicrucianism. in which the unicorn, the lion, and the dove appear as symbols of Mercury. Reference is also made to medieval art in which images of the Virgin and the unicorn appear. These images are said to represent the dual aspect of Mercury, the Virgin as the passive, feminine aspect of the unicorn, and the unicorn or lion as the wild, rampant masculine force. References from the Church Fathers are variously given, in which the unicorn is identified with, say, the God of the Old Testament or of Christ. It is pointed out that these are ecclesiastical quotations in which the unicorn is said to carry out an element of evil. It is this inner contradiction that makes the unicorn an appropriate symbol to be used by the alchemists in terms of their monstrum hermaphroditum, or the hermaphrodite, a key stage of the unification process in alchemy. And I think that encapsulates why it's central to not just legend, but also Blade Runner. There's a curious scene in Blade Runner where Deckard sees this unicorn in a dream, and most people had a lot of hard time figuring out, well, why would Harrison Ford's character, the robot in this Blade Runner story, why would he have this mysterious dream of a unicorn? And it's the reason that I'm pointing that out is because Ridley Scott did Legend as well as Blade Runner, and so both films center on this curious aspect of the unicorn. And in other words, both of them have the same mythological journey where you have not just the sexual aspect, but it's also the unitive aspect of two opposites of the male and the female.
Completely. And it's fascinating, actually just kind of popped into my mind now when you think about it. I mean, the unicorn, just from a visual standpoint, it would be the perfect representation because, the horse is such a beautiful mythical creature, but with the horn, I mean, that it's almost like the synthesis of something that you can either create or destroy. And that's what sexual energy really is. I mean, it can either be used to procreate or it actually can be used to destroy. And the horn, like looking at that, like it's a beautiful thing, but it has the potential to kill.
Yeah, exactly. Sex and death are often tied together, in a perennial sense, because it tends to have the ability either to create life or, to ruin people. Men fall in love with women and end up killing themselves. Women go crazy and, kill their husbands. Anything like that's possible from a psychological standpoint. But
battling that temptation, because everybody's human. You can't discount that no matter how much you're in love with somebody, there's always going to be temptation.
Exactly. And the potential of, another person, finding somebody else, finding their alchemical union elsewhere. But so is there anything else that sticks out in your past before we really get into these movies? I apologize. I went right into the films, but
no, it's okay.
So tell us about a little bit more about how you came to deciding. Well, I'm going to start a website that talks about all this esoteric stuff.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so like I said, as a kid, I was exposed to this information at a very young age. But then, in my early 20s, my dad passed away a week after I turned 21, and that kind of just led me to go to the dark side. So I spent, my early 20s partying in Manhattan, trying to mask the pain of my father's death by pretending to be Paris Hilton in New York. I completely lost myself and didn't forget, I guess, just put everything else on the back burner. And I called it kind of like going into the closet. So in 2012,
Now you've come out of the closet.
Yeah, exactly. Coming out of the closet. In 2012, on top of everything else, I'm highly intuitive and I'm very sensitive to energies and just, I'm like the weird chick that dreams things, they come true. And, aside from learning the cards, I'm pretty good at communicating the messages that I'm able to receive. But in 2012, I felt this crazy shift of energy, where I was just oh my God, something is happening, and I don't know what. It was just one sign after another of remember who you are. You need to write. You need to really be who you are. So, I went down my own little rabbit hole of just kind of like remembering a lot of what I learned. And then I got really wrapped up in conspiracy and just kind of like, holy shit, like what's happening in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And looking for information, I kept finding a lot of great stuff, but then I would get roadblocks where there would be this amazing esoteric, spiritual conspiracy all in that realm, but the websites sucked. Like they were all like just like a stale aesthetic, and you know they'd always take a wrong turn somewhere.
What in terms of quote conspiracy? Is there a certain, did you watch something that had an impact on you? Did you read some essay or article? Was it, some documentary? What?
YouTube rabbit hole. I was watching stuff on the Federal Reserve. I was watching, I'm drawing a blank on what particular one it was because there were so many.
Yeah, there's a million.
But a lot of it was just like crappy stuff on YouTube. I was like, oh my God, the government's run by Satanists. It's crazy. But, one documentary that I did find, though, that inspired me, that, it did talk about the problems, but it put them more in, like, a solution-based way, was 2012 Time for Change. And that was done by Daniel Pinchbeck. And he has the site Evolver and Reality Sandwich. And I really liked the way that they were going about things. So I decided to create my own amalgamation of it all. So that's why I started Evolve and Ascend. And in the beginning, I was going into every topic, like conspiracy, spirituality, esoteric, all of it. But then, I'd say in the past year or so, I've really kind of like chipped away a lot of what wasn't my strong suit, and I've really just placed more focus on like the esoteric spirituality and interviews and things such as that. But 2012 was my coming out of the closet and just really fully being out in the world of this is what I know, this is what I found to be true, and hey, we have the potential to make this experience really great, but we're not really using our full potential. So maybe ask more questions and be a little more creative. And in a nutshell, I guess that's what led me further to do what I'm doing with Evolve and Ascend.
Well, it does seem to be the case that the conspiracy route tends to kind of point people into grand narrative explanations or looking at the possibility of not just the questions of the Federal Reserve or 9/11, but then you start asking deeper questions, more philosophical questions, I guess, like, well, why is this happening here in this country? Why has this always been this way? Is there good and evil? Are there forces behind this? In other words, it forces you to ask, I think, big-scale questions that a lot of times people don't ask.
Completely. And when we know what we've come to know and study what we've come to study, you can't help but wonder what they know. It's like if we have access to this information and we're able to discover it on our own, the powers that be have a whole hell of a lot more. And it's only the tip of the iceberg. I mean, it's just even what we've come to look into. I mean, I can't even imagine how much more is behind the veil.
Right. I mean, the Internet was given by the very establishment that, they're the ones that run the secret technology and all that. So, they had the Internet back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And they made it public intentionally, right? So I'm not saying that that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. All I'm saying is that from their perspective, they probably had some idea that this would, be let loose and that it would actually cause a significant portion of the population, I think, to question things and to educate themselves. But it is important to remember that the Internet is itself spy technology. It was created in the circles of, DARPA and the Pentagon for, wartime espionage information, to send coded information, encrypted information. So this is a tool that's from the spy world that's, been let loose on the public. And I think probably what they wanted to do, at least at one level, was to see what would happen. Now, I think that there are long-term usages for the Internet that relate to artificial intelligence and creating kind of a synthetic subconscious that would use all the information that's been uploaded and tracked on the Internet to function as a subconscious for the coming AI. I don't think that AI is going to be sentient. But anyway, that's a whole different topic. So it is interesting to see, you know, maybe U-turns and different decisions have to be made when, you know, things don't always necessarily go according to plan. So maybe they put the internet out there to see what would happen, and maybe more people have used it in a positive way than, you know, was originally conceived. I don't know, but you know, it definitely does seem to be having an effect on waking people up. You know, a lot more than I would have expected, I guess, say 10, 15 years ago.
Well, completely. I mean, it's you have so much more access to everything. You know, it's like the living library of life. Yeah, the living Alexandria. Now you also have a esoteric. What do you call it? Esoteric encyclopedia. Exactly right. In fact, I get people that mess with me all the time, and they're like, I don't know what these words are, using all these terms, and I don't know. It's not just philosophical terms, but also a lot of terms from mythology and esoteric traditions and so forth. So what is that exact address? Because I think people might be able to, you know, find that helpful if they hear the stuff I'm talking about, you know, sounds far-fetched or they're unfamiliar with it. Definitely. Yeah, if you go on our site, evolveandascend.com, we had a link to it, but I took it down because it's still a work in progress. But every Tuesday we do a new entry. So I'm basically starting at A and working my way through as much of it as I can. So every Tuesday we do a new esoteric encyclopedia entry, and eventually I'll have a link on the site with everything on there as a resource for people to browse through. All right, let's get into some of the movies. So we did an article together that covered 10 classic fantasy films, mainly basically 80s movies that everybody grew up with. That's in our general age group. And we started with Neverending Story. And even though I did that, what are your thoughts on Neverending Story? Well, the Neverending Story for me, I mean, as a child, I loved it to death. But, you know, after kind of having my reawakening, watching that movie and just really understanding the deeper meaning, I mean, it's incredible. And right. I spent some time with Rudolf Steiner's work and just about the higher self, lower self concept, and I mean, it's just a beautiful visual representation of the power of imagination and just the dreamscape, I guess, of all that. Yeah, from a philosophical perspective, I was surprised how much, mythology and philosophy play into that film quite a bit, because if you recall, Bastian, the protagonist, like you said, has a higher self. And so when I was reading about Michael Ende, the author, I guess when I reviewed the film in my 20s was when I was really starting to wake up to stuff. You know, I started thinking, man, there's more to this movie. There's a lot going on here that I've never really paid attention to. So watching it 3 or 4 times and then, you know, doing an analysis on it, it really struck me that this is really, really packed with esoterics. Like, it's not just, you know, there's a lot of movies that might have a, you know, Masonic symbol here or there or something like that, but this is really pretty elaborate in its, you know, in its presentation. So, for example, when he's at the end, after he's been through Fantasia, you know, he actually screams out the name of his higher self, if you will, or whatever he's supposed to. It's his mom, I think he's supposed to call out the name. And he says it's Moonchild. So when Fantasia's imploding, so basically you have this. It's very Crowleyan, and Michael Ende was influenced quite a bit by Crowley. So you have this idea that there's this higher self of this you that exists in sort of this ether or astral realm or this dream realm or whatever. And so the events that you're participating in this world, in this plane, you know, that's sort of translating also to events that are happening on that other level of reality. And so the process of what Bastian is going through in this presentation is this union with his higher self. And that's why when he goes through these different gates, you know, his higher self in the higher realm, what's the kid's name? I forget his when Atreyu reaches the final gate, and he looks in the mirror and he sees Bastian. So that was the whole point of that. And right, so that whole world comes to an end, and that coming to an end of that world was kind of
signifier to Bastian that he's sort of the ruler of his own world. In other words, he's the one that's actually making or writing the story, the never-ending story. I wanted to tell you, Jennifer, also that it reminded me of the tradition of the Sphinx, or in biblical theology, the seraphim, because in the Ark of the Covenant you have two seraphim that are kind of facing each other in much the same way that you see the trial that Atreyu has to go through, where he has to run past the Sphinxes who look at him and, they fire blue 80s lasers at him. And then he comes to the gate. So in other words, passing through that doorway, that gateway, is something that's not unique to the never-ending story. It has a long history, and it goes back to ancient Egypt with the concept of that there's sort of living creatures, to use the biblical theology, that are in a way situated between the passages from one dimension to the next.
So what's fascinating, too, is the concept of him being able to pass through, of being aware of his worth. Back in the Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? I mean, when they were talking about the Ark, people melted and died. I mean, I wonder if it was because of the ego surrounding it, and having access to higher worlds, you have to be ego-less. Right.
No, it's a great point. I didn't even think about Raiders of the Lost Ark, because that scene, you're right, it encapsulates the very same idea. So I don't know if you've ever heard about Wolfgang Pauli and Carl Jung. They have a correspondence where, Carl Jung representing the, psychoanalytical approach to dreams and the subconscious, and then Wolfgang Pauli representing the, one of the pioneers of quantum physics and, the rational approach to things. Pauli was having these bizarre dreams where he was seeing a huge living clock that was like a bird. And so he was talking to Carl Jung about these dreams he was having, and he genuinely believed that a lot of the physics discoveries that he was engaged in were coming to him from this living creature that he saw. So I have an article that details the similarities between this huge spherical living creature that's a bird and Ezekiel's visions of the cherubim. In other words, it's the same principle. And most people I don't think are aware of the fact that one of the top quantum physicists of the 20th century was basically claimed to have seen a cherubim.
Wow. That's fascinating. And I mean, like what you were saying, where there's seraphim and cherubim, how many different levels in the hierarchy are there?
Nine choirs. Yeah. And in a lot of esoteric traditions, 9 is the number of initiation. So there's a direct connection between the numerology of that number and, the process of the individual through the initiatory process going on to, understand deeper mysteries about the world, basically. So I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a reason for the connection between the number 9 and the fact that classically there's a hierarchy of, 9 celestial realms. So next, let's go to ET. On our list here, we did a discussion of ET, and yet another Moonchild reference, perhaps, with the fact that, continual association in the film with the moon.
Yeah, there's a few scenes that you pointed out in your analysis were not just the classic scene that everybody is aware of with him riding the bike over it, but even just subtle references in Eliot's home and, things that you wouldn't be quite aware of that are in the subconscious of the film.
What do you think about Spielberg and all his alien stuff? Do you think he was trying to tell us something deeper? Have you seen Close Encounters, by the way?
Yes, I've seen Close Encounters.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite films. What's fascinating to me about Spielberg is that compared to many of the other directors out there, he's one of the few that presented extraterrestrial life as friendly, as opposed to, the alien versus predator, horrifying imagery, between Close Encounters, E.T., even, what was that movie with the kids? and the film
Super 8.
Super 8, although the alien was misunderstood, I think it was not meant to be like malevolent. It just became that way because of how it was treated. So I think that Spielberg was pretty dialed in, and I think he probably has a deeper awareness than a lot of people.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he uses Kabbalistic imagery quite a bit in his films too. So I think that would suggest that he's a lot more aware than most people would think.
Definitely. But it is fascinating to me that really he's one of the few out there that presented them in the benevolent nature.
Right.
In another way, DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Is your financial future looking like a smoking crater? Are the debt collectors circling your house like vultures? Stop paying and start playing! It's time for the mixed technique!
You call up you wait for it to go to collections, they call you up, okay? They say what's going to happen is collections is going to call, they're going to say you need to pay us $70 or $300, let's be realistic, you need to pay us $350 a month, okay? What you do is this. This is Nick's technique. I can't take credit for this, although I put my own interest and twist on it. You say, geez, dude, $350? Now, these people are used to hearing sob stories all day, so you don't have to feel ashamed for hitting them with a sob story, real or fake. They hear this all day. What do? You go,
dude, I just hit my car. I'm on these hills, bro. I can't do $350.
Make a story. Tell them a story. This is one of my tactics now. The longer you keep someone listening to your fucking story, the better it's going to be for you. Okay, that applies in all areas. Everywhere you want something done. Tell a fucking story. You want your teacher to bump your grade up 1%, up 5%? Tell them a fucking 20-minute story. Fuck them. And that's the way you got to think about it. As you're telling the story, I'm trying to tell someone a story. I'm trying to come up with a 20-minute story. What do I want to do? Do I want to entertain them? Do I want to have a poignant message at the end of it? No, if someone is standing between me and money or success or, whatever, a bureaucrat in a roadblock position, when I'm telling them the story, I'm thinking, fuck you. You're going to sit here with me for 25 fucking minutes and you're going to listen to my sad story. Okay, so you get this person on the phone. You go, dude, You use that voice. They hear that voice all day. They can't tell that you're making this up. Dude, I hurt my leg, bro. I lost my shoe. I was out on the street and I hurt my leg, dude. I was in the hospital for days with my leg and they got me on these pills. I can't afford anything. I can't pay $350. The longer you tell this story, you don't really even have to tell a long story, but it will benefit you in the end. And then the debt collector, they're going to go, okay, sir, you can't pay $350 a month. Let me put this light back on. I didn't. I was going to opt for the F-150 Flunga package. It was just too much money. I couldn't justify the extra $70 for the Flunga package, but it comes with these Carl Zeiss lenses over the headlights. So you tell them the story, okay, and make it painful. You're trying to waste this person's time deliberately. And at the end of it, they're going to say, so, I understand, sir. So you can't do $350 a month. What can you do? How much can you do? This is Nick's tactic. This changed my life. You go like this. You go, geez. I don't know, $3? They'll fucking let you pay $3 a month. I still owe thousands of dollars. Visit MDEGDudeFinancial.com for more details on how to make up more sob stories for your creditors.
So we did Dark Crystal. That one, I think, is the first one that you said you read of mine that you came across that brought you to my material.
Exactly. That's actually how I came to find you. When I revisited the Dark Crystal, especially after kind of going through a whole other spiritual awakening, looking at it through a different lens, I'm like, oh my God, there's definitely a lot more going on here than meets the eye.
There is. Tell me some of your thoughts about it. I know I did the analysis on this, but tell me your impression of this film, because it's pretty deep.
We can relate it back to the concept of higher self, lower self with Never-Ending Story about how everything's attached to one another. Never-Ending Story takes it on more like multi-dimensional planes, but looking at it here from this perspective, the skeptics and the mystics, while seemingly different from one another, they're equal parts of a whole. They're just fragmented aspects of the psyche,
right.
Which is extreme. So seeing that and understanding, that juxtaposition between the two may be so extreme, but they're really parts of an equal whole. So whatever affects one affects the other. Whatever affects this world affects other worlds. So it seems to have a similar occurring theme of connectedness, understanding that.
What about, though, the question of the fact that the Skeksis kidnap the Gelflings and sap their magical energy through some sort of mind control process?
Well, to me, that seems to represent what's going on now.
Right, yeah.
You have the sages and the mystics and, the monks that are, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Custodians of spiritual information. And the antithesis of that is the people in the corporate world and the people that control our money system and how they control us. So the Skeksis are, when you look at how horrifying and disgusting and putrid they are and what they're doing to these Gelflings, which are basically us, it's just kind of fistic way of what's going on now with those who are in control.
It really is, and they're very parasitical, and the Skeksis have an imperial order, so they're waiting for the next, emperor to take the throne to ascend.
Exactly.
And so they're vultures, so that's intentionally portraying a bird of prey that feeds on a carcass. So.
Exactly. And I don't think it's any coincidence that they do kind of resemble the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers.
Kind of like how Mr. Burns kind of has the exact same, from the Mr. Burns. And if you ever listen to David Rockefeller, that's exactly how he talks in lectures. I'd like to thank the United Nations for having me here.
One step away from.
Exactly.
Yeah. But,
now,
Henson was definitely very, very advanced in his knowledge.
Now, I rewrote my Labyrinth analysis just because it was, I think, the first film review that I did probably 7 years ago. And originally, it stuck out, and I thought, I should do a site that kind of just focuses on film reviews. And the reason I chose Labyrinth is because it's so wacky, even goofier and sillier than the Dark Crystal, and yet still has all these strange elements. And I know we already touched on Labyrinth, but I came to the conclusion that I think that ultimately it, in the same way as these other worlds that we see in Dark Crystal or something like that, or Neverending Story, Labyrinth seems to have that same principle yet again, but it's Sarah's own subconscious that she's dealing with, because if you notice all the elements that are in her room, like there's a little statue of Jareth, there's an actual toy labyrinth, there's MC Escher's drawing is on the wall. All the elements in her bedroom make up the artifacts of her experience in the labyrinth.
Exactly. And at the labyrinth is a great representation of the mind, the many facets of the mind and the twists and the turns, and not taking anything for granted.
Yeah.
Where there may not be a door, there actually may be a door.
Right. I'm going to read this quote real quick, if you don't mind, but from Carl Jung's, one of his publications, one of his students wrote, "The maze of strange passages, chambers, and unlocked exits in the cellar recalls the old Egyptian representation of the underworld, which is a well-known symbol of the unconscious with its abilities. It also shows how one is open to other influences in one's unconscious shadow side, and how uncanny alien elements can break in." So I connect this, by the way, to the fact that she's going through puberty, because she's right at that age where she's interacting with her evil stepmother, and her stepmother says, "Why don't you go out on a date? You're sitting around reading your fairy tale books. Go find a boy, go do something." And she's hesitant to do that, and so there's all these kind of weird, almost sexual bodily function images throughout the labyrinth, and so it's kind of her unconscious trying to make sense of what it is to grow into this adult world.
Definitely, and not to interrupt you from before, but in the beginning, wasn't she reading a Aleister Crowley book, Another Weird Synchronicity?
No, she's actually reading the labyrinth in the film.
Okay.
So
I thought that there was some Crowley reference in it or something. That was mistaken.
Not that I can recall, but I mean probably in a loose sense. But no, there's kind of a meta narrative going on there where she's reading the labyrinth. That's the story that she reads. So when she confronts Bowie at the end, she says, you have no power over me. So in other words, she comes to the realization that all of the fears and the whatever problems she's having psychologically with, transitioning into adulthood and the loss of her mom and all that, they're all creations of her psyche. So in other words, the problems are all things that she's constructed that she has to deal with. And so she comes to the realization that this is a manifestation of my psyche.
Exactly. And ironically, it's the one line that she could never remember in the movie.
Exactly, right. Good point.
Now, this is just another question that popped into mind, talking about just another underlying theme in the story. A lot of it is asking the right questions and knowing what the right words to say.
Good point, right.
And, we talked about angels and cherubim and seraphim, but do you think, the goblins are representatives of like the demons and summoning demons to do her bidding?
Yeah, that's weird because she almost unintentionally invokes them, and she, it's a clear invocation at the beginning when she's saying, "I wish the Goblin King would just come and take you away. Goblin King, come take this baby away." So she is invoking this other world, and that age is often the period when I think a lot of girls want to experiment with witchcraft or something like that. So I think in a loose sense, I think she's working with the dark side as well as, but it's weird because she invokes the dark side and then realizes that when she's in the labyrinth, it's not everything that she thought it would be. She thought it would, be an easy shortcut, an easy path. It makes me think of what does Yoda say to Luke in Star Wars? The dark side is easier, quicker, but more dangerous, something like that.
Yeah.
So, I think you're right. I think that is what's going on there. All right. Now, the next one that you did, I saw this when I was a kid, but I didn't remember much about it. So I was really excited to see your pretty in-depth analysis of this, which I thought was really spot on from what I recall of the film. So tell us about Last Unicorn.
Well, The Last Unicorn, for me, I hadn't seen it in a while, but the reason why I connected to it so much is that Last Unicorn tapestry is something I grew up with a lot, and there's another thing my crazy grandma exposed me to at a young age. But, as a child, I was drawn to it because I loved unicorns, but then as an adult, I found the deeper meaning. We talked about that a unicorn could represent sexuality,
right.
Being this beautiful thing through creation or destruction. But on another level, I think it also represents the notion of like that Christ consciousness or that purity of self. So, when I took another look back at the movie and kind of applied it to the tapestry of the Hunt of the Unicorn, it just seems to be that kind of journey of being that pure spirit, that pure consciousness, and then making the right choices along this way to follow your heart instead of getting caught up in your head kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But,
is the unicorn, are they trying to sacrifice it? I don't recall.
The whole film kind of follows that she's the last of her kind.
Mm-hmm.
And she's coming to find or try and save any of the remaining unicorns. So along the way, she encounters a witch and, all of this kind of magic, and she comes to find out that the last of her kind are being, I guess, they had been taken by the Red Bull, ironically, which seems to represent, like, the devil.
Sure.
But along it, she winds up getting transformed into a person. So she goes from being the unicorn and then transforms into a person and then winds up falling in love. But at the end, she winds up having to sacrifice love and, her immortalness for her people. So it's kind of like the whole concept of martyrdom through experience and preserving that. What did you take away from it? I mean, I know that my analysis resonated.
It immediately made me think again of legend, because there's a very similar pattern here. In Western medieval traditions, the unicorn and the hunt is obviously representative of sexuality. So the idea of going out on the hunt and trying to, capture the prey has a direct correlation to sexuality. But yeah, I think that the Christ imagery there is pretty fascinating. I probably wouldn't have noticed that, because I'm so used to, thinking in terms of, non-Christian imagery in films, that I probably would have missed that. But again, it's just like we were saying about Blade Runner. The unicorn imagery there can be read in different ways too. So yeah, the unicorn is it's sort of an elastic symbol, I guess. It's kind of hard to pin down at times. I wonder if, just throwing this out there, kind of getting out in left field, I almost wonder if the unicorn might not have some kind of sort of possible pre-signification of something transhumanist, because the idea of genetic modification, the idea of genetic modification goes back to ancient mythology, right? So you have the pictures of the gods, they tend to be, like Thoth, like a hawk head on top of a man's body. And so when we see this imagery of blended species, that's the very thing that's going on today. And I find it very, hard to accept that there's no connection between those two ideas. If Plato knows about, subatomic particles having a certain structure, the Platonic solids, how he knows that, nobody knows. But I don't think it's much of a leap to consider the possibility that even in ancient, sort of primeval consciousness or through contact with the divine or something like that, the idea or the possibility of genetic modification is something that man would discover over time. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do, and I think it makes sense, because even if you look back to the Emerald Tablet, you could take that in the same way.
Exactly.
Where there's the one line which says, man is in the process of changing to forms that are not of this earth.
Yes,
exactly. Time is formless, planet cycle above. So it's all about ascending, transcending, and you can kind of take that and transform it as you will.
I think it's dangerous, though. We don't really know what we're doing when we blend, monkeys and humans and,
Well, I agree. Even the notion of uploading your consciousness somewhere. I mean, I think that's where, playing God becomes a very dangerous thing.
Right. So next up, we did Raiders of the Lost Ark. We kind of touched on that a minute ago, but I thought it was neat that, in Close Encounters of the Third Kind, Spielberg has the notion of high places. And this goes back to biblical theology, where in the Old Testament period, anytime that Israel would fall into apostasy, they would erect high places on, basically worship groves on top of hills or mountains or whatever, to the gods. And if we think back to the Tower of Babel, that was kind of the same principle, same idea. So at the top of these high places, they would be used for ritual magic with the intention of contacting the so-called gods. And so in biblical theology, the reverse happens with God at Mount Sinai. God meets his people, Moses, at Mount Sinai in kind of an analogous pattern. But that's what goes on with the Ark of the Covenant in that film. And as you pointed out, their eyes kind of, everybody remembers the scene of the dude's eyes melting, the Nazi guy. But the map room scene is full of all of the Egyptology references. You can see Osiris, Cerberus. There's a version of Cerberus there, the dog star, Sirius. So in other words, once again, we see the notion that Spielberg had a much deeper esoteric concept of what was going on there.
For sure. I mean, I guarantee that it was all very intentional.
Right.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Acts, the book of Acts 7:22, it says that Moses, when he was in Egypt, as a prince of Egypt, that he learned all the mysteries of the Egyptians.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So a lot of what there was probably some converse between the Jews and the Egyptians that influenced both theologies.
And, language is where it gets tricky because things get twisted based off of the language of who takes it and runs with it,
Now, you did Wizard of Oz, and you did really good on this one. You took it directly in down the course I would have taken with Theosophy. Tell us about this.
Well, The Wizard of Oz for me, that was another childhood favorite. And again, it's like everything is very synchronistic of all the films that we've analyzed, this and this one, how I think, dealing with kind of puberty and sexuality, growing up, that kind of thing. But on a deeper level, I think The Wizard of Oz is kind of the journey of the fool, is the major arcana. So you take somebody who only has their questions and they kind of experience their lot of characters on the way to understanding the way of the world. And the irony of it is, just like the fool, Dorothy had the power within her all along, but it took all the different twists and turns and characters she met along the way for her to fully realize that it was within her and that the man behind the curtain was just simply that, the man behind the curtain. But, what's interesting and quite brilliant in the film was the use of color and the colors responding to the different chakra systems. And, that film, there's so much that you could analyze just from the character choices, all of it. But essentially, it wound up being very Masonic in the philosophy of it is what I seem to find. Yeah, right. And it definitely is a direct connect to Theosophy. Sure. Well, tell us a little bit about Theosophy, because how that might connect, because we may have readers that or listeners that aren't necessarily familiar with that version of esotericism and Rudolf Steiner and all that. So Theosophy was founded by H.P. Blavatsky, right? I always get Theosophy and Anthroposophy confused because they're too split. But it's basically the movement that was responsible for New Age. So H.P. Blavatsky traveled the world. At the time it was so controversial because she was she was the first woman to go to Tibet and study with monks. And she used to hold seances, and she found a synthesis between the mystic tradition and the traditions of her time, and a lot of it was based off of knowledge of self. So understanding yourself to understand the ways of the world, to understand the ways of the world, to understand the ways of the universe. So it was just different levels of information unfolding within one another. So Rudolf Steiner, he split from it and created anthroposophy, which is more rooted in the concept of the never-ending story, where it's also gnosis, but a lot of emphasis is placed on the power of the imagination and multidimensional beings, and even with Rudolf Steiner's education system, Waldorf, he encourages all children playing with wooden toys and no television, just a lot of harnessing the power of creativity. But H.P. Blavatsky, I think, took it more of an occult-centered way, where it's, using the knowledge of self to kind of manifest what you wish and being aware of those powers that are latent within you. So that's kind of my Cliff Notes of it. Right. So was L. Frank Baum directly... He was a member of the Theosophical Society. Okay, I remember reading that, but I was just wondering if there were any other connections that he had. Was he involved in Masonry or something like that? Do you know? I know that he was a noted member of the Theosophical Society, but I'm not positive. In the article I went into that, but I'm not sure if he was connected to Freemasonry as well. Yeah. He wrote a play called The Uplift of Lucifer, which is interesting because I think, from that perspective, Lucifer is viewed as the enlightener, not as an evil demonic force. So I think that there's a good
chance of the connection that people make between, MK Ultra and mind control and all that, and the Wizard of Oz stuff? Do you think there's something to that? I tend to think so.
I think so too. I definitely think, because again, back to the never-ending story, whoever has control has the power, and when people are controlling how powerful you think you are, based off of programming and, hoarding knowledge and coveting that, it is very similar. Yeah, and Blavatsky's magazine that she started with, called The New Age, had direct connections to Masonic groups that supported her, and so that would go into the UN forming the Lucifer Publishing Society. Yeah, I was just going to mention that, because all of her work is under the Lucifer Trust. Exactly, right. Which, it seems to be quite interesting. So let's talk about gremlins. It had been on my mind to do gremlins for a while, but I didn't get around to it, so I was glad to see you do it. And you did exactly what I thought as well, that it has to do with American consumerism. Exactly. It hadn't dawned on me until the last time I watched it, which was around Christmas time. And, like we said before, Spielberg is brilliant. And this was just the perfect way of just that mass consumerism and the dangers of not knowing the products that you're buying and letting it get out of control. Which is funny, because, most people that watch it just say, well, Gizmo's so cute, and man, don't get them wet, because chaos is going to ensue. But when you see the underlying themes throughout the movie, and then you even see, with Gremlins 2, where he wound up taking it to basically, the Megaplex Mall, chaos. Great point, yeah, and Gremlins 2 even has these subtle references to 9/11, because, they blow up the building, and there's 9 and 1-1 come up very often in Gremlins 2. There's a neat video that dissects that. I'll send it to you later. But it's also funny that in Gremlins, the dad goes to Chinatown, to China, to get Mogwai. And it's funny that all of when we're reading it in this economic sense, all of our industry has been outsourced to China. So when Mogwai comes back and there's all this chaos that ensues, it's almost like, all of our industry has been sent to China, and we buy all this junk, right? All this garbage that we have to consume. And here we are in the midst of chaos. And so I think it's funny that Spielberg presented it like kind of like a demonic, just orgy of destruction, which is what starts as a cute little creature turns into these monstrous gremlins. Exactly. And and Mogwai, for those who haven't read the article, is actually Cantonese for monster. And the ironic thing is that, you're not supposed to feed it after midnight, but what is this monster that we keep feeding? Is mass consumerism. Exactly. Good point. Yeah, the belly is never filled. It's just a black hole of consumption. Exactly. So next you did Pinocchio, which was good. So Lorenzini was a Mason, and that obviously influences his presentation of Pinocchio. So tell us about this. Yeah, so the author of Pinocchio, like you said, Lorenzini, was a very active Freemason, and Pinocchio was just encoded with a lot of esoteric concepts that, basically take the journey of this wooden child to becoming an illuminated man through kind of foregoing temptation, but experiencing it and seeing where the twists and turns lead him. So, we all know the story of Pinocchio, where, at first he goes off into the world and meets temptation of fortune and fame, so he doesn't go to school and take the easy route. And all of the easy choices that he makes wound up kind of taking him down the wrong path and leading him astray. So, that's kind of a Masonic concept with, who is the one that said it? Manly P. Hall, that experiences are the chemicals of life with which the philosopher experiments. So it had to be through Pinocchio's experience to understand what it really means to be moral and just, morals and dogma, will you? But, there's a lot of other kind of themes throughout it too, where it's kind of like you can take that alchemical concept where his base is he starts off the wooden boy and then becomes golden and enlightened through everything he goes through. The other part of it, which was kind of interesting, is the scene where, when Pinocchio heads to Pleasure Island and all the guys there are just goofing off, having a great time, forgetting their families, forgetting school, and then they turn into donkeys.
Yeah.
And there's a deeper esoteric meaning of that as well, where, let me just pull up my notes, that I guess the donkey in esoteric terms is a personification of a stubborn animal locked in the material world and ignoring his true spiritual nature. So
they're slaves to the baser passions, yeah.
Exactly. So ironically, this happens in Pleasure Island. And the other kind of bigger theme within it too, which, as a kid, it just seemed to not make any sense. Like, how did Geppetto wind up in the whale?
Right.
What is going on? But what it is it's kind of indicative of the story of Jonah and the whale, where, Pinocchio has to, I guess, martyr himself and dive into the belly of the beast to save who he loves. So it's kind of like that concept of martyrdom for love in order to kind of achieve that enlightenment. If that makes sense.
So once again, this death of the ego, death of self to progress, for transformation, there has to be a letting go of the attachment to illusions about the self, ultimately.
Exactly, and like you had said it once in our other interview, where it's like you have to coagulate before you become the solvent.
Right. It makes me think, too, of AI. Have you seen AI? Okay, yeah.
I loved your analysis of it.
Yeah, and, obviously it's heavily influenced by Pinocchio, but he took it to also related to basically transhumanism and the future of mankind. I don't ultimately like Spielberg's presentation because the only things that survive are the bots. Humanity is completely gone, and it's not even transhumanism in the sense of, uploading your consciousness. It's only the bots that survive. So I think that's a dark turn on this, but it's full, just as full, as Pinocchio, with everything from, David's mom using trigger words, to awaken his consciousness. So we have this, like I was saying earlier about Spielberg and Kabbalism, the idea that certain verbal enunciations, which is a similar concept in, say, magic, verbal enunciations can actually create life. And that's what his mom, in a Gnostic sense, or the Sophia, gives birth to the new life, the new man, the new aeon, through this Kabbalistic enunciation of certain vowels, verbs, and so forth. Do you follow me? You see what I'm getting at? Yeah.
And so the words she chose seem rather.
They are very weird. Yeah. Cirrus, Socrates, particle, decibel, hurricane, dolphin, tulip, Monica, David, Monica.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have a reference to everything from nature to philosophy, to this dialogue, this exchange, Monica, David, Monica. So it's self, other, self, which is very much the ancient Platonic idea of when you have the monad, and the monad considers the possibility of the other, which hasn't come into being yet, and that consideration produces the other. And so the interchange between the monad and then the dyad produces this third relation, which is the triad. And so from that original triad or Trinitarian conception comes the multiplication of all other principles. All other reality comes out of that. That's the ancient Platonic idea, and that's what would inform Kabbalism, and that's what Spielberg is working with here. So that's why we have, in Genesis 1, the presentation of creation is done through God speaking verbally, right? And this is where we get cymatics, so you know about that. So that principle is very true. Everything is actually existing in a kind of frequency or vibration. So even though that may sound new agey, there might be people with a more skeptical perspective on that. That's actually what's going on. That's why you can, play certain notes or tunes, through some sort of instrument that demonstrates geometric patterns on a drum or something with sound on it. That's what cymatics is, the science of geometry produced through sound.
Exactly, and even thinking back to what, certain opera notes can break glass.
Exactly, yeah, great point.
Either you can create or destroy with it.
Yeah, and Tesla did work with that. So all the weird stuff that Tesla's doing based on this alternative version of metaphysics, it ties into sound, which is just frequencies.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
A Reflection on the Bible by Matthew McConaughey. Well, so Cyrus out here is just sitting here in front of me, and when I read the Bible, it's like I don't know what to do with that burning bush. I don't know what to do with a talking donkey. I don't know what to do with a burning, talking bush in front of me. I mean, what do I do with that? And it's like the word unbelievable. I don't like that word. I don't believe in that syntax and that grammar. Maybe you do. That's all right. But when I see a burning bush, what do I do with that? I don't know. Or if I'm walking down the road and I see a floating axe head, what do I do with that? It's a lot of philosophy stories, but what do I do with, something flying dragons in space? One time I took a Lincoln into space, and the book of Revelation says maybe there's a dragon flying in space. I don't know what to do with that. I just kind of, I let that flying dragon have the middle lane, and I just kind of took the park lane and let him fly on by. So, when I read the Bible, what do I do with that? I don't know what to do. This is Matthew McConaughey, and thanks for hearing me out.
And going back to, because I had this thought when we were discussing before, which was ironic about AI, is that, when the son, I forget the son's name from the movie, Monica and
David, or the one that's in the coma?
That's in the coma.
Martin.
So, you see in the beginning, Martin is being able to survive through the aid of technology in the coma. But he awakens, and he is just like a little asshole.
Right.
He's just like a terrible human being.
Right.
And then you have the irony of David being this piece of technology that actually has more humanity than the human.
Yeah, that is ironic because they're both in sort of an Edenic state at the beginning, and so it's kind of like a Cain-Abel situation where humanity becomes Cain, and the bots are the new creation. So they're perfected, and alchemy ultimately is, I think, about this notion of the perfecting of the imperfect. So nature is imperfect. We see death, corrosion, entropy, destruction, and the goal of the alchemist is to perfect this, or to complete the great work of transcending this defect. And that's ultimately what's going on in AI, as I guess with Pinocchio as well.
Yeah. But I mean, the lesson to take away from all of it, even what we were talking about before with the transhumanism movement, is that, we keep building these things outside of ourselves to further ourselves, but, we'd rather look without instead of looking within, where ascension may ultimately actually come from the ascension of our souls as opposed to this technology that we build outside.
Exactly, yeah. That's why the ancient Greek maxim is noti siton, which is know thyself, and all the Greek philosophers and Greek church fathers all used this maxim as kind of the starting point for, philosophical theology, spirituality, whatever, is that if we don't have an accurate conception of ourselves in relationship to the world, then we're not going to properly interpret the world, and we're on kind of one of those wrong turns in the labyrinth, if you will.
Exactly. All tied together.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you one more thing about Pinocchio. You say, when you were talking about him being on Pleasure Island, it's been a while since I watched Pinocchio, but I remember there being a really bizarre scene when they start turning into donkeys. Aren't they like corralled into cages and taken off to be kind of like child slaves? Isn't there something like that going on?
Yeah, exactly. There's a scene where, you see them all being put into cages, and it's actually really upsetting.
It does. I remember as a kid watching that being like, ugh.
Yeah, because you see the one donkey just crying, saying, I want my mom, and, too late now, you're off. So, I mean... And
what happens to them? I can't remember. Are they going to be slaves or something like...
I think that they're just shipping them off to work, to be like workhorses or something.
Child slaves.
Yeah, so they want to play and go to Pleasure Island, but at the end of the day, their fate winds up being way worse.
Well, speaking of Disney and weird stuff, did you ever happen to see Escape from Tomorrow?
I have not.
It's really weird. Yeah, it's kind of an indie film that came out a couple of years ago, and it got a lot of attention because supposedly, I don't actually believe this, but supposedly they shot the whole thing secretly inside Disneyland. Yeah, and it's completely conspiratorial. It's really dark. It's a dark satire, but it's kind of like David Lynch type dark. Like it's also revealing, quite a bit. And you have this just weird presentation of a fairy tale in the form of, a lot of references to, kind of like child trafficking, mind control, all this really bizarre stuff in a supposed satirical expose of Disney. I tend to think, and so in my analysis of the film, I argue that Disney is just kind of a huge mind control complex, because when you look at the corporations that funded the Epcot Center and that do all the advanced technology for the theatrics and special effects of Disney, you find out that they're all connected to these huge global entities that directly have ties to the CIA and mind control and the Defense Department.
Wow. Well, I mean, Disney himself was a high-level Freemason. It's
exactly.
The 33 Club.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You bet.
And then there was the other thing.
Well, and all these kids, all these entertainers that come out of Disney that end up as pop stars and be acting so weird.
Yeah, I mean, like when you look at the Britney Spears and Amanda Bynes wasn't Disney, but they seem to take a very similar trajectory of just completely losing it.
Right.
And I mean, you have to wonder. I mean, I know just people that I've spoken to that were child actors and not even on that level, the levels of abuse and sexual abuse, it's crazy.
Yeah, and so you should check out Escape from Tomorrow. You would really find it fascinating, especially given the fact that it's all the same kind of analysis that we've been doing here.
Yeah.
And it's almost kind of a revelation of the method. It's almost like I suspect Disney probably had some role in that. I can't imagine shooting a film, even an independent film, for hours inside of Disneyland without Disneyland knowing. I mean, they have surveillance cameras everywhere. How are you going to do that?
Well, with everything that we've studied too, how much disinformation and misinformation and they fund, and it's just this whole, it's like those Russian nesting dolls. It's like, as crazy as it is, there's another level of craziness to it all.
Which brings me to Dune, because the aliens in Dune, actually the ones that are kind of running the cartel, make the explicit statement, I see plans within plans. What did you make of Dune?
Well, when I saw Dune, I hadn't seen it until I think 2013 is when I watched it for the first time. Mm-hmm. And it was actually shortly after I tried DMT for the first time. So when I watched it, I'm like, oh my God, this whole movie is about like DMT and the spice and like the idea that we can travel within ourselves. You know, I just took away a very psychedelic take on it all.
Yeah, in the novel, which this doesn't come out in even the director's cut of David Lynch's version, there's a long section of the novel that's put towards explaining the ritual that he goes through when Paul is fully initiated into the tribe of the Freemen, and he actually crosses the abyss. It's a crossing of the abyss ritual that he goes through, and he's not completely divine. He's kind of a semi-god status where he has certain powers, but he doesn't have, you know, omniscience or omnipresence. He's just able to do certain things through his consciousness being awakened by the hallucinogenic effects that the spice has. But what's so fascinating is that this is a science fiction novel that presents so many real-world geopolitical facts. Like I think there's a clear connection to Sufism, and if you read about Frank Herbert, which I've read a good bit about him, he was involved in traditionalism, perennialism, the school of Rene Guénon and people like that, and that's is very much connected to the kind of things that we've been talking about. It's not necessarily Masonic. Rene Guénon spent a time in Masonry, and then he got into Sufism. So for Herbert to incorporate all of this into the novel, I mean, he's writing this back in, I think, the 60s, and he's talking about weather warfare, you know, terraforming planets. You know, it's just an amazing degree of foresight, you know, for that time period.
Completely. I mean, that's what's the wild part about watching movies. I mean, that book you said is from the 60s, but then the movie's from the 80s,
right.
And then watching and revisiting it now and seeing how it's kind of this self-fulfilling prophecy of sorts.
Yeah, they have an imperial ecologist who his whole job is to terraform planets through weather control. So they've completely mastered, you know, weather manipulation, which is exactly what we see with HAARP and things like that. It's amazing to me that people still don't think that there's such a thing as weather manipulation, weather control. And
I have to be honest, I mean, I live in New Jersey, as you know, and when I experienced Hurricane Sandy, it just didn't feel right intuitively, and like my personal point of view is that was definitely some kind of weather modification. And that could be maybe me taking it to another level, but it just didn't feel right.
So we'll close out, I think, with a few more topics related to legend, because that's what we're going to be working on. This next analysis will be legend. And I think that even though we talked about, you know, the sexual aspects of it, it's funny that the transgression, as I rewatched it, comes at the point when Lily, again, this emblematic of, you know, the white virgin or whatever, Lily touches the horn. So that's the point of transgression. She's not supposed to touch it. Then we have this fall into winter. That, you know, they make the explicit statement that winter is coming, and of course, classic literary tradition, winter is associated with it's the time of death. It's when death comes. But I want to know what you make of the dance macabre, that bizarre scene where Lily has her alter black persona and she's being seduced by this demon. It's not actually Satan, because the character says that he serves, you know, a higher form of evil. What do you make of that whole scene?
Well, you know, if we talk, even going back to the Wizard of Oz and the idea of colors and the way that things are depicted based off of color. So you have this red demon, and red is what, your root chakra, and that is the base for like sexual desire. And as she's dancing with her demon, I think it's dancing with the whole sexual temptation. The whole movie, I think, is based off of like sexual temptation and, you know, innocence being tainted by you know, temptation. But the scene with the dance is just kind of dancing with that demon.
Yeah, but it's almost like there's two versions of her. So there's like a split of her psyche between Lily the Virgin And then there's this completely black, you know, she's wearing black, she looks like a goth chick, right?
Exactly.
Which is the, you know, the Jungian version of the shade, right? The alter self. So you have the normal you, and then you have this altered dark side you.
Exactly. I mean, and that could be even like you know, we see how in the beginning she falls to temptation by just touching the horn, but then, you know, as she becomes her altar and she's dancing with it, and in like a sexual way, it's just fully, I think, diving into that.
But the whole storyline, which I think most people miss, is that it revolves around the ring. So there's this wedding ceremony that needs to happen, right? So I think it's a question of, is she going to be caught up in, you know, in the beginning she's innocent and foolish and naive, and she has her sexual experience in a mystical, allegorical way, and that ring is lost and it falls to the bottom of the water, and it's, you know, the water freezes over, and, you know, Jack's kind of stuck. Well, this is towards the end, right? And so when he gets the ring, he finally breaks out, and I think we're supposed to presume that there's some sort of a union between Jack representing, you know, nature. He's kind of he's a Pan sort of figure, kind of you know, the spirit of the woods, force of nature. He's surrounded by all these birds and whatnot. And then Lily's tempted by the dark side, where if you notice when they go to the lair, the demonic spirit there is, he's using technology, right? So he's forging armor, forging swords down there in his lair or whatever, and he's going to sacrifice the unicorn for the purpose of technological, I guess, imperial control. And so Lily has to go back to her union with Jack from, you know, the natural man, if you will. So this is a common theme too throughout a lot of fiction, especially like the Lord of the Rings. That's the whole purpose of the Lord of the Rings, is that the tower, that eye at the top of the tower, is the result of a lot of technology, right? So throughout the film, Saruman, working for Sauron, is explicitly stated as you know, creating technological advances. You know, he creates gunpowder, he creates you know, the weapons of war, the machinery of war, and you know, the Ents, the tree folk are upset about being burned down to build all these technological weapons of war. So it ends with, you know, the destruction of the Ring of Power, right? So the same idea with legend, except that the ring here seems to represent the imbalance that either side of this principle, whether it's Jack in nature or, you know, Lily and her feminine flirtations with you know, different sides of her persona, you know, there's a lack that both sides have in one another.
Definitely. And another interesting note too, you know, going back to the scene. So when Lily first finds the unicorn, it's very sexual, the way that the unicorns are running down the stream, and the way that it's shot. You know, you see the stream of water coming and nature on both sides, and the unicorns running through, and that's where she first touches for temptation. And then she throws her ring into the water, so deeper into the waters of life. And, you know, water,
right.
An esoteric standpoint has a lot of symbolism to it as well, kind of like the waters of life. But, you know, what's interesting too with the idea of like an orgasm, something so seemingly so small, having so much power. I mean, are you familiar with the work of Willem Reich? And, you know, he's using the orgasm technology and whatever else. I mean, I wonder, there's so much mystical stuff behind the power of the orgasm as a technology in itself. I wonder on a deeper mystic level.
Sure, yeah, and even in the mind control experiments, they were using technology to, you know, manipulate certain parts of the brain connected with the orgasm reflex, so they could actually, you know, cause just constant orgasms, right? Right. Now, I've been told I can cause that in girls too, but it's not really a thing. Got to throw in a sex joke, but so yeah, but what do you make of the scene though at the end, the climax, when they're going to sacrifice the unicorn, that the demon's going to sacrifice the unicorn for the purpose of releasing that power. And he says, I'm a part of every one of you. He says, you can't get rid of me. I'm part of I'm an aspect of every one of you. And then at the conclusion, if you watch in the version I have, the director's cut, there's this song that they sing. It's a really, really cheesy, goofy song. But it's all about Gnosticism. Like, it's just explicitly about how light and dark are just flip sides of the same coin.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you hit it on the head where, we, in my point of view, if everything is connected, you're connected to the good just as much as you're connected to the bad, It's, the light is there, but the shadow will always be there, like we talked about earlier in the interview too, like you could be madly in love, but you're still always going to have to battle temptation, which has nothing to do with love. It's just battling that like lust within you. Mm-hmm. So I think, him saying, I'm a part of every one of you, it's kind of like that whole notion too, back to the labyrinth as well, of like knowing that if you can master your mind and understand that these are aspects of yourself that you can control through your thoughts and through your restraint, it's not something to fear, it's something to just be able to understand. It'll just go right back into the universe because it's all part of what's connected.
You know that medieval cathedrals would actually encode in the architecture of the floor. A lot of them actually have huge labyrinths in the floor.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and they've used it as an allegory, as a common allegory in the Middle Ages for life itself. So, I mean, a lot of people might think that this is antithetical to Christianity and some of these esoteric ideas, but it's pretty common actually in the Middle Ages that people, because you had a lot of, the population couldn't read, so they were used to, looking at symbolism in terms of the architecture, right? So you would have the gargoyles at the top of the cathedral on the outside of the church, they're supposed to symbolize the world and how the world's run by demons, and then the church is, God's sanctuary, et cetera. In the same way, you would have in the floor different patterns of labyrinths, and that was supposed to, symbolize your journey through this life and not being lost and, lost down the wrong path. So there we go.
There's a lot of sacred geometry in churches too.
That's right. That's what it is. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that covers all that. What do you think? You saw Mad Max Fury Road. What did you think of that?
I thought it was brilliant. Since we've been friends, I know you've been telling me to watch Mad Max, and it's one I've always kept on the back burner, so I've never seen the original version. And, I was really excited about seeing this just from a visual aspect. And, it's ironic because it's this movie that's in a car, and it's mostly a car chase, but has absolutely nothing to do with cars.
Exactly.
And, this post-apocalyptic future where it's kind of like reminiscent of Tank Girl in a lot of ways.
It is,
too.
yeah.
The world is very arid, and, they're controlling the water and controlling population.
Right.
But I thought it was brilliant. I mean, I even said afterwards that the first thing I wanted to do was read your analysis because I had so many different ways that I could process it. Mm-hmm. But I would love to hear you articulate what it represents in its entirety.
Well, as I argued in my piece, I think you have to look at Beyond Thunderdome because it's the immediate predecessor. So you have 3 films prior to Fury Road. The first one, just called Mad Max, is George Miller's kind of film school project. So you can appreciate it for what it is. It's not as great a spectacle as Fury Road by any means, but for the low budget that he had, he was able to produce a pretty amazing film, and it has some really exciting chase scenes, for being a B movie. The sequel, Road Warrior, is another still kind of B movie, but he had a bigger budget for it, but it's mainly just about resource wars. So there's not a whole lot of philosophy or esoteric symbology in Road Warrior. It's just kind of what it is. It's just bare bones, everybody in a social Darwinian sense trying to survive, after this apocalypse. And the one resource everyone needs is fuel. So fuel becomes the new economy, the new form of money. And then with Mad Max, Beyond Thunderdome, things take a turn towards really, really profound profound esoteric ideas. So you have this introduction of this whole new order of society based around bartering. Everyone's been radiated, and there's all this strangeness around Max meeting up with this group of kids that live outside the new civilized order. And they're kind of a lost boys, Peter Pan scenario. It borrows a lot from that imagery, but they've seen in their construction of mythology, right? So that they were part of a plane crash when the apocalypse happened, and they were all really, really young. And all they had left was like a Viewmaster, that little 80s toy that you have where you click the button and you see a different image. Do you know what a Viewmaster is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so all they have is like a Viewmaster, a few artifacts from the plane, and what they do as kids is construct an entire mythology about where they come from. So they knew that at one time there was things called tellies, the tell, and they knew that there were things called skyscrapers, and they knew that they flew on a plane, and that there was a guy named Captain Walker who flew the plane, but he died. And so he died leaving to find help. But he never came back, so they developed this elaborate mythology based around just the artifacts that were left over from their crash. And so they had this
cargo cult idea.
Yeah, so they had this idea of the return of Captain Walker, that he's their redeemer and savior, and that he'll come back one day and lead them to, founding a new civilization. So it has all this strange Kabbalistic, symbolism in it I never could make sense of it was one of my favorite movies growing up. And, it's only been in the last few years that I think I really figured it out, because what it is just that Max is a new avatar. He's a new presentation of who he would be deified. He would become the legend of Max from Captain Walker would be the tradition that would be the new civilization. So that's how I hate to spoil it for you, but that's how the film ends, is that they're all sitting around in a new civilization telling the story of the legend of Max, who inadvertently was Captain. So he accidentally fulfills the children's, prophetic prediction of a redeemer. So it wasn't his plan. He just stumbled into this, but he, in a deeper sense, fulfills it. And so I just thought it was crazy that there was all this symbology of the yantra, which is the Hindu, imagery that you focus on for meditation, and it's connected with the idea of invoking the gods. And this is what the kids are doing. Inadvertently, they're kind of like Sarah in the labyrinth is inadvertently invoking, this process. This is what the children are doing when Max becomes their new savior.
They inadvertently invoked him.
Exactly. And so what I saw was that Fury Road kind of takes a darker turn from that, whereas Mad Max gives you this inkling of hope. Thunderdome gives you this inkling of hope that, civilization can be rebuilt. Mankind is not doomed. It still has the secrets of knowledge is a big part of that film, because the little midget guy that they rescue, they call him he has the knowing, it's called, right? So he has knowledge of technology. He's able to rebuild the civilization. But Fury Road takes a darker turn where it's no longer civilization. It's more of a tribal, completely based around power politics. It's just tribalism and brute forces of nature. So I saw Fury Road as basically an allegory of chaos magic. So rather than it being the idea that we can tap into all these deeper concepts of Kabbalah and build some great civilization or whatever, the furtherance of technology in Fury Road is completely at the service of power politics. It has no deeper significance. The only thing that matters is protecting one's seed. Survival is completely a survivalist presentation. And the whole experience of it, I think, is just supposed to be an overwhelm the senses through, basically sensory overload, I guess, is what I would say. So I said it's alchemy concerned with the union of opposites into a synthesis where male and female are. It's not an alchemy of union. It's an alchemy of opposition, right? So what you have is the removal of that patriarchal order with that nasty character that's got all the harem of supermodels, and you have the rise of basically the feminine. So the feminine's going to rule, rather than it being a union, it's a complete inversion. So just a new power structure, a new just that cyclical approach that out of chaos comes a new reign of order, then we got to have more chaos, and then another reign of order, then more chaos. Do you see what I'm saying?
Completely. And you know, what we talked about too is, like you had said, some people took away from it kind of like that feminist, like girl power thing, but I think really what it meant was the idea of more like the female mind. You know, here we are with like the male order and things being like very like logic, reason, data, like just putting it in the condition that it was in. And I don't think it represents like females needing to be in control. I think it's more like that activating that side of the mind.
Could be, yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't think that it was as feminist as a lot of people were drumming up. They were making up this big hype about it, which probably worked in reverse to send more people to go watch the movie than any kind of the boycotts. And sometimes do that with, especially with films, that just hypes things up and people go see it.
Take away some like feminist agenda. That wasn't like what I thought the message was from it.
Well, I think there was some of that there though, because in feminist theology and ideology, the idea is that God is, because he's a patriarch, that's the origin of warfare. So if we didn't have men around, the war boys in the film, if we had women in control, we would have there wouldn't be war anymore. And I've had arguments with feminists about this very point, and they'll make that argument, well, men are the reason that we have all this warfare. Now, as a woman, I want you to be honest with me. Do you honestly think that I'm sure you've met, corporate gals, women, in positions of power. Are they not pretty?
I'm probably getting a lot of flack for saying that, but I'm just going to keep it real. I really think you're more apt to have people tearing each other's faces off if you have a room full of women competing with each other.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, come on. Yeah.
To be honest,
So it's not that women would bring peace and men only bring war. I mean, men and women they do this to one another all the time.
Yeah. I can't stand the isms. So, when I tell people that I'm not a feminist, immediately they're like, oh, how could you not be? The thing is that I'm a humanist, and I think that we're all connected to one another. We have a left side of the brain, we have a right side of the brain. We all have this dual nature, shadow self, light self, angel, demon, male, female. It's all part of the one. In order to find balance, you have to understand that you're going to be both of those things, always. But to be like, it has to be strictly female, it's strictly patriarchal, I think that's where it becomes dangerous. And, like I said, what I've noticed is that, especially with females, there isn't as much cooperation. It is very competitive, and I think a lot of that is probably due to, like, programming, and having to kind of compete to get the husband or to get where you need to get. But, I think it's really dangerous to say that men are only the cause of war.
Well, yeah, and if civilization collapses into a scenario where we're back to Mad Max-style tribes, I'm going to bet that women are going to be happy to have men around that can protect them from roving gangs of
Yeah.
I mean, men have gone forth to war to protect civilization, right? So it's not as if you can just use some mindless ideological statement that men are the cause of war. I mean, we wouldn't have the furtherance of the human race without, humans protecting the tribe. I mean, even if we were to go back to some primal, tribal situation, men had to protect the tribe from, wild animals, right? So
exactly.
And it's not that women are always weak and, couldn't ever fulfill that kind of role. Certainly there have been female soldiers at times in history, but the point is rather that has almost always fallen just by nature to the role to the male. So there's nothing.
That's just how nature is. In nature, there's always, in a pack of animals, there's different roles that we fulfill. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to go to war. I don't want to be a soldier.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't want to do that. I'd rather protect my family and fulfill the role that I feel comfortable with. That's not to say that women can't do it or shouldn't if that's what they feel called to. But, I think it tends to get dangerous when it becomes that ism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So I think that's a pretty good discussion we've had so far. Is there any other things you'd like to plug with what you're working on, where you're going with Evolve and Ascend? What can we expect in the near future?
Well, with Evolve and Ascend, we're branching off into doing a lot more events. So coming up on June 20th in New York, we have a summer solstice celebration with Sharon Rose, who's an author, and she has a movie out called The Last Avatar. So it'll be a screening of the film and some other fun stuff. But I'll have more details about that on evolveandascend.com. And actually this winter, I spent the winter writing, but we're just going to have a lot more media, a lot more experiential events, and, a lot of good stuff on the horizon.
All right, that's evolveandascend.com, so readers and listeners can go check that out. And we will soon have a pretty in-depth analysis of Legend coming forth. So this has been Jay's Analysis. I want to thank Alternate Current Radio for running this podcast. And I want to thank Patrick Henningsen and Hesher for hooking me up with that. And again, jaysanalysis.com, and check out evolveandascend.com. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Jay.
You were listening to Dyer Radio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
It is Sunday, 2005. We are going to be live for the next 17 hours. Important show for you today. I've got Webster Tarpley, Paul Joseph Watson. Folks, it is insane the level of police state news I have in front of me. It is, folks, the bears, you know what, in the woods. Are there reptiles on planet Pop-Tart? It is unbelievable. A little bit of a different show today. I'm going to let a bevy of guests just chime in to the Alex Jones Show today. Beginning with our first, Nicolas Cage.
Alex, if I might break in here for a moment, Nick Cage here. I wanted to say thank you for letting me come on your show, and if I were to describe my acting, it would be something akin to the Bermuda Triangle of theater, a force of nature, really. Correct, yes. If you're wondering who Nick Cage is voting for in 2016, it's one of the Pauls, but probably not the Paul you're thinking of. RuPaul, really.
Thank you, Alex. Woody Allen here. I wanted to choose someone in 2016 that fit up to my very low levels of what I have in terms of expectations. And so really it's just a question of misery and who's the ugliest lesbian in the contest. And I have to say, unequivocally, the ugliest lesbian in the contest is Governor Chris Christie, really.
Thank you, Alex. It's Matthew McConaughey here. Sometimes you gotta move forward and move backwards. And I don't mean changing guys. I mean the 2016 election. There's only one candidate I'd vote for in 2016, and that's my Lincoln. So I say Lincoln 2016. And I don't mean President Lincoln. I mean my damn car, Lincoln.
Well, thank you, Alex. Rand Paul here. It seems that both of our political parties are dwindling away. And for me, there's only one candidate in the race that's a true conservative. And that true conservative just happens to be a Paul. But I'm going to go with Nick Cage here, not the Paul you expect. So I'm going to vote for RuPaul in 2016. Gold-studded caviar and champagne-lined panties. It's the 2016 GOP election. Robin Leach here with the lifestyles of the rich in GOP. There's only one candidate Robin Leach can put his seal of approval upon, and that's Donald Trump.
Alex, Christopher Walken, and it's really a question of passing over to the other side. And there's only one candidate for 2016, and that's the Lion and the Raven as the vice president. I know that doesn't make sense to you, but you can take 2016 and shove it up your ass.
Alex, former Governor Jesse Ventura here. You know, there's only one option in 2016, and it's a team effort, what I call a tag team. I don't know if you've ever seen wrestling, but in wrestling we have what's called a tag team. So together Ventura and Trump make the tag team of 2016. We're going all the way against the ropes, Alex. Oh yeah, nothing means nothing, Alex. Macho Man Randy Savage is the only one gonna be riding that chariot to the moon. Oh yeah!
Alex, Michael Caine's only got to vote for one candidate, and that's a bloody fucking fool, Nicolas Cage. Now Nicolas Cage is a fool, but he's my kind of fool, and that's who I'm voting for.
Alex, thank you, Webster Topley. We've got this boring GOP lineup, something out of an old folks' home, senior citizens community bath. They're all wasting their time away in the sauna. And Obama is dead. The political left is dead. And so we need to focus on the region of Dagestan this week. And my candidate comes out of Dagestan. The Dagestani leftist party, the only viable hope for 2016.
So the question is, who's Quentin Tarantino going to vote for in 2016? Well, I'll tell you who's going to fucking vote for. Violence in 2016, that's who, right? Okay? So it's cathartic, it's violence. That's who I'm voting for in 2016. The question is, who are you voting for? Because I'm voting for fucking violence, okay? Because it's cathartic, it's what I love. And so that's my candidate, okay? So fuck you. Yes, David Lynch here. Quite a few strange candidates in 2016. So if I were to choose which candidate I would vote for, they would have to be nude. I'm a large fan of nude women, and I dream about nude women often. So if I'm going to vote for a candidate, they need to be an attractive nude woman. and they need to have been in one of my dreams, which negates all the candidates.
But now, the people that voted for the 2016, now the people that voting do the thing, the Pistol Bible and the Beezel Bible, the Bible Bible Zibble Bible.
Well, there's only one possibility for Terrence McKenna. I'm voting for the psychedelic mushroom in 2016. Your perception, your consciousness has been manipulated. And only the psychedelic mushroom with a strip of LSD for VP could help you out of this dilemma. I've seen the other side. The other side is the Clockwork Elves. So Terrence McKenna's going to cast his vote for the psychedelic mushroom.
Dave Gahan, who votes on a policy of truth. It's just time to pay the price for not listening to advice, deciding in your youth on the policy of truth.
The only ingredient in a presidential election worth voting for is ice cream.
Only on the Tristan Haggards YouTube channel.